Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 563rd Board Meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I'd like to introduce the board members and staff at this time. On my far left is Raji Barr of Bakersfield, sitting next to Raji. On my immediate left is Denise Cadera of Allensworth. On my far right is Dan Markham of Fall River Mills. Sitting next to Dan is Bob Schneider of Davis. On my immediate right is the Vice Chair, Carmen Ramirez of Atwater. My name is Carl Longley of Fresno. I'll now introduce the Executive Officer, Patrick Palupa, who will introduce the staff.
Good morning, Chair Longley, members of the board. To my far left is Kieran Lanfranchi Rosardi, the Executive Assistant and Clerk to the Board. To my immediate left is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office. To my right is Jessica Yar, the Senior Staff Counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel. Sitting across from me, working the timer, is Christine Urick with the Administrative Unit here at the Regional Board. And next to her is Bailey Toft Dupuis and David Lancaster, both attorneys with the Office of Chief Counsel. And there are a number of staff in the audience, including Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer who runs our Reading office, and Clay Snyder, Clay Rogers, who runs our Fresno office, is here today as well. I'm trying to hit two birds with one stone. I don't want to be too efficient there.
And this meeting is being webcast, and I believe it's archived, if I'm not mistaken. You can go back and look at it later.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, no.
For our remote meetings, we have expanded web broadcast capabilities through a private contract that the state board has with a private supplier. We're working on getting that capability up for the regional board when we do it in our home office, but that deployment is still a couple years away.
Very good. We'll now go to the pledge, please.
Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In order to conduct our regional board meetings in a fair and efficient manner, we will be proceeding in accordance with the meeting procedures that have been provided with a summary agenda and are available here at the staff table upon request from Ms. Lanfranchi Rosardi, the board's administrative assistant. They're also posted on the board's website, and they're summarized on the computer screens during breaks. Any questions or comments regarding these procedures may be directed to Kieran Lanfranchi Rosardi. Moving on to agenda item 13, any further board member communications?
I have a couple, Dr. Longley. Yesterday, I was in attendance at the second annual Groundwater Sustainability Agency Summit. It was hosted by the Groundwater Resource Agency, and at the session, the discussion was on SGMA and preparing for the groundwater sustainability plan and that whole process. And I was one of the panelists, and the area that we were speaking on was drinking water, and my portion was to represent the community perspective for the disadvantaged communities. So it was a fruitful discussion. We had representation from the GSA, we had representation from the operators, and then we had an overview of the people and just the general discussions on drinking water issues in this whole process. So it was a interesting session. My first time serving on a panel dealing with water, so it was a quite interesting session. Then also I would like to share that this week in our community, the Gal-Gil Lab for Energy and Water Research at the UC Berkeley commenced a pilot program on arsenic removal in Allensworth. They established a field lab on a farm that has a well. The technology they are piloting is referred to as the electrochemical arsenic remediation project, and ECAR. It is a process where rust is created in arsenic-laden water. Arsenic binds to the rust, settles, and is filtered out. Analysis of the samples collected earlier this year shows that the ECAR reduced arsenic levels from approximately 150 parts per billion to less than 4 parts per billion. The group will also be reviewing opportunities for disposal and or reuse of the sludge. And also in this process, we have our 7th and 8th grade students from our middle school that are participating in a work-based learning program this summer that will give them that understanding of water quality and contamination and all of the issues that we face in dealing with water. And they will also be engaged in this project with the research lab and learn testing and so forth. So as we're dealing with arsenic and contaminants in our water, we are training our youth to have an understanding of the environment that they're living in, to be environmental stewards and address, and so they have an aspiration to want to go higher in education and take on the battles that we're now doing. So that's my update for today. Thank you.
Very commendable, very interesting. Arsenic is a big issue, and that particularly the O&M costs associated with handling the brine stream is a serious problem. We've got a lot of arsenic in California, and particularly in this valley. And the problem is it becomes a recre waste, and it seems to, that's an issue that I'm interested in, and talking to Denise's husband about it yesterday evening, and there needs to be a way to put that to beneficial use. Since we are using increasing amounts of arsenic in the electronics industry, it would seem there should be a mechanism developed so that we can not buy all this arsenic from worldwide sources, primarily from China. And anyway, moving on. Any further board member communications? If not, then do we have any cards for the public session? Or there are no cards for the public sessions? Any comments? Moving on to agenda item 15, any comments regarding the executive officer's report?
And
We
I know,
discussed it yesterday.
I mentioned yesterday that the reporting and engagement with disadvantaged communities is called out in a separate section in this report. I mentioned to the rest of the board yesterday, but for your benefit, Member Kadara, we are enhancing our reporting so that we can make sure that we capture all of the interactions that our staff have with both disadvantaged communities and other stakeholders in a more comprehensive manner. So that kind of reporting tools will be deployed in the months ahead, so we can make sure that we give the board an accurate picture of how much our staff are interacting with members of the public, including members of disadvantaged communities. So we're really trying to make sure that we showcase the engagement that we have with the communities that we regulate.
Thank you very much for that, Patrick. I saw it, and I said it looks like it's been there all the time. But it's important that we show our interactions with all of our populations, especially those that are most vulnerable and need a watchful eye and assistance where needed. So it's definitely appreciated. Thank you, staff.
We'll go on then to hearing no more on item 15, we'll go on to agenda item 16, the uncontested calendar. This is a time and place for a public hearing to consider adoption of uncontested items 23 through 26. Does anyone wish to discuss any of these items? Seeing none, are there any late revisions?
And Dr. Longley, before we move to late revisions, I'd like to add an item to the uncontested calendar.
Certainly.
That would be item number 22 for California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Duell Vocational Institution.
Is there anyone here who wishes to address item 22? Seeing none, let's go to late revisions.
Okay, I have one late revision. This late revision is for item 25G. It's a rescission. It's a rescission of a cannabis order, a Central Valley Water Board cannabis order, a general order. The rescission is essentially the state water board's adopted an order, and all the members of that order are moving over to the state water board order, so we're rescinding our general order. All we want to add to this is an effective, a rescission will be effective June 30, 2019, to make it clear. The information that was circulated to the public already had that information. We just want to make sure that it's on the rescission order too.
Any discussion? Thank you very much. Close the hearing. I ask for a motion.
I'll move to approve the uncontested calendar, including item 22 and the late revisions to item 25.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Armin's made the motion. Denise seconded. Call the roll.
Ms. Kadara?
Yes.
Ms. Brower?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Agenda item 17. Valley Water Management Company cease and desist order, Kern County. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider a cease and desist order for Valley Water Management Company McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility in Kern County. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. Thank you. The designated parties are Valley Water Management Company. Pardon? The total times allotted for testimony, cross-examination, and closing statements are as follows. Valley Water Management Company, 2 hours. Center for Biological Diversity, 10 minutes. All other persons are interested persons and shall limit their testimony to 3 minutes. A timer will be used. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Valley Water had made a motion with several evidentiary objections earlier, and the chair issued a ruling on that on May 23rd. So I'm just noting that for the record.
Thank you. We'll now begin with the staff presentation.
Very quickly, Valley Water Management also requested a continuance, which was denied by the board chair. We invited Valley Water, if they wished, to revisit that. So I think they should be given the opportunity to raise that procedural objection if they see fit at this time.
Do you wish to object?
Good morning, Chair Longley and board members. Yes, I just wanted to put it on the record that one of our experts had to be out of town for a funeral, and so he's not available, and he's the person most knowledgeable about this facility. So to the extent that there's questions that are asked that we don't have the answers, that's going to prejudice us. But we understand that it's been ruled against us and we're moving forward, but I wanted that on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
Go ahead. It's yours.
Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Clay Rogers, the Assistant Executive Officer in your Fresno office, and I have taken the oath. I am here today to present information regarding the proposed cease and desist order for Valley Water Management Company's McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facilities for your consideration. The presentation today is going to start with a declaration regarding the CDO, staff report, and response to comments. This is followed by the requirements of the cease and desist order, major issues at the site, the background, and then an overview of the response to comments and rebuttal to our response to comments. I will then follow with a brief summary and recommendations. Just to take care of a little housekeeping issue. I should have provided these earlier. Excuse me, just to take care of a little housekeeping issue before we start the technical part of the presentation. I am providing to the board members and the public a declaration that the documents attached to the cease and desist order, the staff report, and response to comments are true and correct copies, and I am making that declaration here today. And I think Adam's going to provide those, and he'll put a few copies over here on the table for the public. The proposed cease and desist order requirements include that by October 1st of 2019, Valley Water needs to fully characterize the lateral and vertical extent of wastewater and groundwater. By the 1st of January 2020, submit a complete report of waste discharge that's based on that groundwater characterization. By January 1st of 2020, submit a closure plan that includes a time schedule for any portion of the site that will no longer be in use. And by January 1 of 2020, submit a remediation work plan based on the hydrogeologic work describing the time schedule to conduct groundwater, surface water, and soil remediation consistent with the engineering feasibility study and corrective action plan requirements of Title 27 of the California Code of Regulations. And finally, by July 1st of 2020, either have the facility covered by waste discharge requirements or cease discharge. There are some major issues before you today, presented as questions that will be discussed at length. First, are the discharges at the site a threat to groundwater that has beneficial uses? Second, that question determines how the site should be regulated and whether the proposed cease and desist order is appropriate. And lastly, how does this site fit into the CV Salts program? I'll begin the background discussion with the site setting. The McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility is located in Kern County on the western edge of the San Joaquin Valley and shown in the labeled white box on the left-hand side of the aerial photograph. The facility is west of the California Aqueduct and Interstate 5 and a little over 8.7 miles west of the community of Buttonwillow that is in the white box on the right side of the aerial photograph. I have included the Clean Harbors Hazardous Waste Landfill a little less than 2 miles to the northeast of the Valley Water site because I will discuss monitoring at the Clean Harbors site. I will also note that the greenish and darker brown squares and rectangles north and east of the McKittrick facility are irrigated agriculture. Active oil fields are to the south and west, and the very southeast end of the South Bell Ridge oil field is just to the north of the facility. With a still closer aerial photograph of the 1 and 1-3 facilities, according to Valley Water, discharges to the interconnected pond system are through pipelines into the cleaning ponds labeled on the photo. There are 9 cleaning ponds where oil is skimmed off the surface and removed by vacuum trucks. There are 31 what are called pass-through ponds, where the wastewater flows from the cleaning ponds with flow regulated using valves on each of these ponds. Wastewater then flows from the pass-through ponds and into 43 percolation ponds. The McKittrick 1 and 1-3 ponds are interconnected and regulated as one facility. None of the ponds are lined, and each of the 83 ponds percolates wastewater. This chart shows the range of concentrations for select constituents detected in discharge samples collected from February of 1988 through June of 2017. Sample results include analytical results from Valley Water and results from samples collected by board staff and analyzed by our contract laboratory. The primary point to make from this slide is that the wastewater being discharged is very poor. In addition to the salts, ammonia has been detected at concentrations from 21 to 120 milligrams per liter, which when encountering oxidizing conditions in the ponds or groundwater will convert to nitrate. The bottom line of the table is flow. We have monitoring reports since 2010 that reports flows from 42,000 to 105,000 barrels per day, with an average of about 62,000 barrels per day. We also have inspection reports based on comments made to staff during those inspections since 1988 that indicates flow has been as high as 115,000 barrels per day, and the average flow is about 67,000 barrels per day. Staff estimates that a little over 1.4 billion barrels, or 60 billion gallons with a B, of oil-field produced wastewater has been disposed of at this facility. According to Sentinel Peak Resources, which staff understands is currently the sole contributor to the facility, flow is now approximately 50,000 barrels per day, or a little over 2 million gallons per day. Both Valley Water and Clean Harbors have groundwater monitoring networks. The light blue symbols mark the location of Valley Water's monitoring wells, and the red symbol is a Valley Water monitoring well that monitors the deeper aquifer. And the green symbols are monitoring wells on the Clean Harbors facility. And this map only shows 4 of the 23 active monitoring wells that Clean Harbors has, and it shows all of the monitoring wells that Valley Water has. Valley Water has not installed any new monitoring wells since 2007. We have been working with Valley Water since 2014 to have additional groundwater monitoring wells installed to assess the extent of the McKittrick plume. Multiple work plans for additional wells have been submitted and approved, then modified and approved, but to my knowledge, none of the proposed additional wells have been installed. There has been an increased urgency on Valley Water's part since the monitoring reporting program was issued in April of last year, and staff issued a 13267 investigative order on top of that. But to my knowledge, no additional wells have been installed, and every one of Valley Water's wells are impacted by wastewater. This is a block diagram of what is typically expected in an alluvial fan depositional environment, which is what we're dealing with primarily at the site. An alluvial fan is a cone-shaped deposit of stream-laden material, or alluvium, where a stream exits a mountainous area and enters a more level plain. What the diagram shows here is a series of channels trending down the alluvial fan, and they contain coarse-grained permeable sediments that act as preferential pathways for the movement of fluids. Where these channels cut through the finer grained deposits or less permeable materials, fluid can move readily downward. The big issue is that, in my professional opinion, wastewater is moving through the channels and the subsurface materials are not laterally continuous. There may be more continuous lake deposits, but channels may erode through them and fluids can move into deeper aquifers. This makes it very difficult to develop a numerical model that can accurately predict plume migration because it violates the basic premise of a model that it is homogeneous and isotropic, or that the zones being modeled have the same qualities and the same properties in all directions. And I'll show this on the following cross-section. This is a cross-section showing simplified geology across the area. The vertical columns are monitoring wells, and the graphic lithologic logs with CYM wells for valley water and the MW wells for Clean Harbors. The lines of the cross-section is shown in the box in the lower left corner. The lithologic columns are colored green where we have primarily silt and clay deposits. They're yellow for sands and red for materials containing gravels. The yellow and reds represent the channels, and the green represent the overbank and potential lake deposits. And I'll just say that the graphic columns are based on a combination of the lithologic logs prepared when the monitoring wells were drilled and geophysical logs that were conducted before the wells were installed in the boreholes. I've not attempted to match the fine-grained materials between Valley Waters wells and Clean Harbors wells the way Valley Waters consultants have, because there's too little data to do that with confidence. And therefore, there are numerous question marks. The thin column on the left side of the graphic column is the well completion showing well screens where water enters a well. Additional things to see here is that there are fine-grained zones that appear to exist for some lateral extent and at least partially separate water-bearing zones and at least partially restrict vertical movement, creating areas of perched groundwater. The upper fine-grained zone has been referred to as the Corcoran clay equivalent. However, it is no relation to the Corcoran clay that we're familiar with in the center part of the San Joaquin Valley to the north and east of here. And the lower fine-grained unit is referred to as the Tulare clay. The units slope to the right or to the northeast, and basically, again, groundwater flows downhill, so it's moving to the northeast. And that's also consistent with groundwater contour maps. The alluvium and Tulare Formation are major aquifers in the San Joaquin Valley. Lastly, there's a blue dashed line on top of the upper green zone. There are no wells completed in this zone by Valley Water, and when the boring was drilled for well 17K1, wet sediments were noted above that Corcoran clay equivalent in the boring log. We've come to believe that it's strongly possible that wastewater from the ponds is present in those coarse-grained materials flowing northeast, and this is a potential source for shallow impacts at the Clean Harbors wells. As you see there, we have gravelly materials at 17K1 that we don't see in the other upgradient wells, but we do see gravels continue even down toward the Clean Harbors facility. Intermediate well 148I at Clean Harbors may correlate to the zone that well 17K1 is completed in, and MWPRL is in the lower zone at Clean Harbors and is believed to be the regional aquifer. Well 143U is in the upper zone above the Corcoran clay equivalent, assuming that it continues. It should be noted that the water level in 17K1 is at an elevation significantly above the shallowest wells at Clean Harbors. There have been comments that, we can't possibly be impacting the water and the shallow materials at Clean Harbors because it would have to go uphill. It doesn't have to go uphill. The 17K1, which is the furthest down gradient well that we have in that particular aquifer, the water levels are significantly above Clean Harbors wells. And unfortunately, for 6,000 feet, we don't have any data to know how well these clays actually correlate across that zone. This is the other line of cross-section shown in the lower left corner. There appears to be more sand where the Tulare clay has been assumed to be present at the 17Q1 and 21D1 locations as shown on this log. We believe wastewater may be moving downward to the regional aquifer and that well 21D1 is that it's completed in. Valley Water well 21D1 is the only deeper well completed by Valley Water in the regional aquifer. So those blue lines are basically what we believe potential flow paths are. And we'll talk about this a little bit more in a few moments. This slide is a recent groundwater contour map of the primary zone monitored by Valley Water. Well 21D1 is in the deeper regional aquifer, and therefore the water elevation from that well is not monitored or not contoured. The main thing to see here is that the primary direction of groundwater flow is to the northeast, with Clean Harbors directly down gradient. Valley Water's interpretation is that wastewater has reached wells 17Q1, 17K1, and 17M1, but has not gone much further. The other thing to note is the lower water level in well 17Q1, causing the groundwater lines or the lines of equal elevation of groundwater to basically be contorted with more of an easterly direction of groundwater flow. A potential explanation is that since we see more sand in that Tulare clay at the 17Q1 location, that the fine-grained unit that supports that zone of groundwater is compromised and allowing the vertical migration of water or water draining from that zone above the Tulare clay to the deeper regional aquifer below the Tulare clay. This is a map of groundwater. This is a map of groundwater quality for data in the area in our files and available on the GeoTracker website. This map shows the best water quality in total dissolved solids concentrations in wells that have multiple samples. Not all these wells have multiple samples. Some of these data go back to the 1960s. It shows that there have been a significant amount of water quality data collected that are less than 3,000 milligrams per liter total dissolved solids, which is the standard in State Water Board Resolution 8863, the State Water Board's sources of drinking water policy. Under that policy, water that is better than 3,000 milligrams per liter total dissolved solids supports the municipal and domestic beneficial use. I'll bring up this slide again as I just want to remind you where some of the wells are located, particularly Valley Water Well 21D1, the red symbol, and Clean Harbors Wells 148I in the northwest corner and 102RL in the southeast corner. Now I'm going to start a little discussion on chemistry with a number of different slides. The first shows changes in total dissolved solids for three wells, Valley Water 21D1 in the regional aquifer, Clean Harbors well 148I in the water-bearing zone above the regional aquifer, or otherwise known as the intermediate zone, and 102RL in the regional aquifer at Clean Harbors. I show 21D1 because it displays how groundwater has reacted as it is increasingly impacted by McKittrick wastewater. What we see in 21D1 is a significant increase that has occurred over years. The increase is also seen in the Clean Harbor wells, where we've seen the increase start sometime around 2013 or so. Valley Water now argues that the source of wastewater impact in well 21D1 is that wastewater is moving downward around the well, and that groundwater at the 21D1 location in the regional aquifer is not actually impacted. And that's because they claimed that there were no centralizers in the well casing. So the well was not installed and they did not get a good seal. And that improper well construction has caused fluid to move from the shallow zone to the deeper zone. They also argue that in 2002, a sample was collected that is not representative of the groundwater. That's when the well was installed and initially sampled. Reportedly, they used some fresh water to help develop it, but then didn't adequately develop it before that first sample was collected. And now their statements are that it's improper to answer, or that it's not representative. We don't actually know the question or the answer to that question. It could have affected it. How much it would have affected it, I don't know. We don't know what the quality of the water was that was used for development. Unfortunately, that was 17 years ago, and we can't go back and answer the questions because the data weren't adequate at the time. Now we see the general trend for chloride in the 3 wells that may have actually started a little earlier than what we could see in total dissolved solids, but the scales are much different. Chloride is a conservative constituent that we would expect toward the front of the plume because it does not interact with the sediment and is very soluble. Chloride is also a major constituent in the wastewater. This is the slide for boron and shows similar increases. It may occur later than total dissolved solids in chloride, which would not be unexpected because it is not always a conservative constituent and can interact with the sediments so that the increase may be delayed as absorption sites on sediments are filled. Part of Valley Water's argument is that the increase in sulfate in Clean Harbor wells are indicative of agricultural impacts. However, well 21D1, that is not near any agricultural impacts, has seen a steady increase in sulfate. We have seen a significant increase in sulfate in well 148I also. The sulfate increases in some of these wells are interpreted by staff to be from the interaction of wastewater with the sediments that contain gypsum, a soluble calcium sulfate mineral that's prevalent in the sediments out there. This shows oxygen and hydrogen stable isotopes, and the ratio of oxygen and hydrogen stable isotopes is becoming a method that has been embraced by the scientific community as a tracer to help identify groundwater impacted by produced waters. I'm not going to go into a lengthy discussion except to say that staff has embraced this method and use it in combination with other lines of scientific information. This chart shows the isotopic data and plots the intersection of the hydrogen-2 or deuterium isotope on the vertical axis and oxygen-18 on the horizontal axis for Valley Water's wells and wastewater. The pink shaded area shows where Valley Water's wastewater has historically plotted, and the green area shows where Valley Water's the green area shows where Valley Water's wells except well 21D1 plot and are indicative that those wells appear to be completed in zones that contain mostly wastewater. The blue area is where well 21D1, the well in the regional aquifer, plots from 2006 forward. We did not include the 2002 sample that you can see in the very lower right-hand corner of the chart. I also point out that the trend over time for data points from well 21D1, showing that over time, water from this well is plotting closer to the wastewater, and that little dashed line under there, we believe, kind of shows the mixing line, what we would expect the trend to follow as we take the water out there and increasingly interact it with wastewater. This slide shows just the isotopic data collected for Clean Harbor's well 148I. This well has been sampled twice for isotopes, both collected by Valley Water, the first time in 2017 and then in February of this year. The shaded areas remain. The isotopic ratio in water from well 148I has moved significantly to the right. It plots even closer to wastewater and along that mixing line, indicating increasing impact from wastewater and within the area where Valley Water well 121D1 has plotted. Come on. Well 102RL, which is in the southwestern corner of the facility and in the regional aquifer, also has had slight shifts to the right, indicating a small increase in wastewater impacts and plots within the historic area of well 21D1, and has had those boron and chloride increases also. These data, in combination with the increase in concentrations of wastewater constituents in groundwater samples, we believe shows that wastewater is impacting at least some of Clean Harbor's wells, and the plume has extended to the Clean Harbor's facility. This is the anion portion of a Piper diagram that contains the 2017 and 2019 data for 4 of Clean Harbor's wells and Valley Water well 21D1. Here you see that from 2017 to 2019, chloride content relative to sulfate in terms of percent milliequivalents, which is how you plot on a Piper diagram, increased for the Clean Harbor's wells. This is important because wastewater contains much more chloride than sulfate and is another line of evidence that wastewater is influencing groundwater beneath Clean Harbors. It is not all wastewater, but a smaller amount of wastewater mixing with native water. In their rebuttal to staff comments, Valley Water argues that this is due to other companies' wastewater ponds to the north, influencing groundwater that is then pumped and used for irrigation. I will note that well 102RL is in the southwestern corner of Clean Harbors, about 3/4 of a mile south of the nearest agricultural activity, and with groundwater flow to the northeast is upgradient. Lastly, the agriculture north of Clean Harbors is in pistachios, which are grown in this area, at least and are not a salt or boron sensitive crop. It is likely that these crops are grown with drip irrigation. In my opinion, it is difficult to envision how a water-efficient irrigation system like drip could be impacting groundwater quality through perching layers at depths of 170 feet in well 148I or over 250 feet in well 102RL at Clean Harbors. My interpretation is that it is far more likely that Valley Water's pond discharges are causing these impacts. This slide shows the output of a groundwater model that Valley Water has been using the past couple of years to support their arguments. The red area shows the model's calculated extent in the zone that all but one of Valley Water's wells are completed in. This figure was provided in Valley Water's comments, and I added the Clean Harbors wells 148I and 102RL. Board staff have concerns over this model, which appears to be overly simplistic. We are concerned that the model assumes that geologic layers in this area are homogeneous and completely dry. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, they are not homogeneous and they're not completely dry according to boring logs that when the borings were drilled. As I mentioned earlier, the geology beneath these sites is riddled with coarse-grained materials and channels that allow the billions of gallons of wastewater discharged at the site to move faster and further than Valley Water's model predicts. In addition, Valley Water now appears to be making conflicting arguments about well 21D1 in the regional aquifer. As I mentioned previously, the board believes that the impacts at 21D1 are caused by wastewater migrating through the groundwater in the regional aquifer. Valley Water instead has recently attributed these impacts at 21D1 to wastewater leaking down the casing due to the improper well construction. However, Valley Water's models indicates that that should not be possible. Assuming for the sake of argument that the impacts are due to wastewater leaking down the well casing, 21D1 is this well over here where I have the cursor. The area of the plume defined by the red zone must be extended at least to well 21D1, or almost 2,000 feet beyond where the model indicates. The next slide, Dr. Longley, is the response to comments and rebuttals. I'll start that. I believe we had a commenter that wanted to make a comment that has an airplane flight that he has to catch, international flight, and so I think we were going to entertain taking his comments at this time.
That's correct. At this time, we'll entertain testimony by David Shepard.
Thank you, Clay. Good morning. I'm Dave Shepard, Asset Manager for Sentinel Peak Resources. Sentinel Peak operates oil and gas assets in western Kern County, produced water from which has historically been sent to the Valley Water Management Ponds 1 and 1-3. These are the ponds that are the focus of the proposed cease and desist order. SPR is not in favor of moving forward with the CDO. However, if the board is so inclined to proceed with approving the CDO, SPR requests that the board consider a modification. As background, SPR is underway with a program to eliminate discharge of water to the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 ponds. We recently shared these details of that program with Water Board staff. The path forward requires that aquifer exemption be confirmed, along with corresponding underground injection control permits. Both the aquifer exemption and UIC permitting is needed to replace ground pond discharge with downhole water injection. SPR initiated project permitting in mid-2018 and has met with both the Dogger and the Water Board to discuss status. All parties agree that timing to obtain the permits, get biological clearance, and construct the facilities necessary to complete this project can take considerable time. The completion of the project will in all likelihood take longer than the proposed CDO compliance date of July 1st, 2020. SPR requests that the board consider amending the CDO to allow for at least a 2-year extension until July 2022. Should the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 ponds be shut in before the replacement downhole water injection program is operational, our operations at both the Cymric and South Bell Ridge oil fields would be jeopardized. SPR employs 15 men and women at these leases alone, along with another 20 to 30 contractors. If our operations were shut in, $1 million in local property tax, $1.5 million in cap and trade fees, and another $0.5 million in severance tax would cease. That adds up to hardship for our employees' families, for local government, and for California's affordable energy. Please grant the requested time extension to avoid these hardships and allow for orderly redirection of our produced waters. Thank you.
Questions by board members?
If I could, while we still got you, I think the challenge for the board is when engaging in these types of considerations is to make sure that whatever groundwater management strategy is employed is that it's undertaken as quick as practicable. Is your statement here today that 2022 is as quick as practicable? I know the Dogger process can be lengthy, and Clay and myself engage quite extensively with the Dogger in kind of permitting underground injection projects and working through aquifer exemptions. I think even if the board were so inclined while you're here, we may be talking about a time schedule that is tighter than the 2022 timeline, with an option to extend it if reasonable diligent progress is being made on underground injection control permit application. Would you be averse to that type of language, or putting in a deadline of 2021 that could be extended, should the board find it reasonable to do so?
We're working as quick as we can. I guess we'd be happy with an extension we could get.
I appreciate that.
Questions for board members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer again. Just to pick up where we left off, board staff response to comments were made by entities that are listed on this slide. In addition, Valley Water provided a rebuttal to staff's responses to comments. The rebuttal was provided to you separately. First, I'll talk about Valley Water Management's comments. Board staff grouped Valley Water's voluminous comments into 39 responses to the CDO into 39 comments, and provided responses which are in your packets and have been posted online. These 39 comments fall into two categories that I am calling technical comments and policy comments. My presentation has already addressed what I believe are the significant technical comments. In the upcoming slides, I'm going to provide an overview of the responses that are in your packets, which contain more detailed responses. Please ask any questions you may have about any comment that I may not specifically respond to in the presentation.
I have a housekeeping issue of our own to take care of. Noted to me that this timer is not moving. We can't see that timer down there. Is that timer moving or not?
It has not moved.
There's not a timer on you, and you're allocated 1 hour, I think. Am I correct?
The expectation is we can finish the presentation in about an hour.
Sooner it's better.
Okay? Well, if I talk a little faster,
Okay.
Valley Water said waste discharge requirements should be adopted instead of the proposed cease and desist order. Board staff commented that the primary purpose of the proposed cease and desist order is to provide an enforceable timetable to collect additional data to demonstrate the facility can be regulated with waste discharge requirements. Data indicate the facility is currently operated, threatens downgradient groundwater. If the discharge is to continue, Valley Water needs to either collect additional data to refute existing information, propose facility upgrades that would allow them to be regulated under waste discharge requirements, or cease discharging. Valley Water asserts there is no existing municipal, domestic, or agricultural use in or around the facility. We agree that water directly beneath the facility is of poor quality and may not be suitable to support beneficial uses. However, Water quality data from Clean Harbors wells and agricultural wells are areas north of Clean Harbors meets or previously met the thresholds in the sources of drinking water policy, meaning that we would consider the municipal and domestic supply beneficial use appropriately designated in those areas. Lastly, nearby groundwater is being used for agricultural irrigation. Just because the groundwater may not be suitable for salt-sensitive crops does not mean that the board should consider the groundwater unsuitable as an agricultural supply. Valley Water presented their analysis of parts of the basin plan and the State Board anti-degradation policy they believe pertains to the discharge. I am only going to hit the high parts of this comment, and we'll have to do it in a few different slides. Valley Water states that secondary maximum contaminant levels should be applied as long-term averages to groundwater and can be viewed as averages for the basin and do not apply to the wastewater itself. Board staff commented the wastewater has elevated levels of several constituents far above the MCLs, and the issue is that the wastewater percolation and resulting groundwater plume contains several constituents vastly above the concentrations needed to maintain the beneficial uses of the downgradient groundwater. The idea that it is okay to discharge their poor quality wastewater into groundwater suitable for beneficial uses until the median threshold concentration for a given criteria is exceeded for the entire groundwater basin is contrary to our mission to protect designated beneficial uses. Valley Water states the board staff have not presented evidence there has been an average annual increase in violation of the basin plan's prescribed electrical conductivity increases in usable groundwater basins underlying or near the facility based on the last 10 5-year periods attributable to the facility. Board staff commented the proposed CDO and staff report do not allege that Valley Water's discharges have increased the electrical conductivity across the entire basin and caused exceedances of the basin plan's incremental limits. However, these incremental limits are just one requirement of the basin plan. The basin plan also requires the protection of beneficial uses, and the data indicate that Valley Water's wastewater discharges are causing exceedances of water quality objectives off-site and downgradient in violation of the basin plan. Valley Water stated while some maximum salinity limits for wastewaters in unlined sumps overlying groundwater with existing and future probable beneficial uses were set in the basin plan policies regarding the disposal of oil-filled wastewater, the basin plan expressly states that discharges of oil-filled wastewater that exceed the maximum salinity limits may be permitted to unlined sumps, stream channels, or surface waters if the discharger successfully demonstrates to the Central Valley Water Board in a public hearing that the proposed discharge will not substantially affect water quality nor cause a violation of water quality objectives. Therefore, exceeding these policy limits does not necessarily mean that the basin plan provisions have been violated, since these are not water quality objectives. Board staff commented that this board adopted into the basin plan effluent limits for oil-filled discharges to protect groundwater. These limits state the electrical conductivity for the discharge shall not exceed 1,000 micromos per centimeter electrical conductivity, 1 milligram per liter for boron, or 200 milligrams per liter for chloride. Subsequently, the board amended the basin plan, providing flexibility to allow exceeding the limits if a discharger can demonstrate to the board that the proposed discharge will not substantially affect water quality nor cause a violation of water quality objectives. The flexibility was added to the basin plan because the board had encountered instances where discharges were not being allowed because they were only slightly above the prescribed limits. As described in the CDO and staff report, the situation at the McKittrick facility is different. Valley Water has not demonstrated that discharges at the facility can continue without impacting downgradient beneficial uses. Rather, available data indicate that the discharge is migrating to the northeast and is affecting downgradient groundwater quality. Valley Water commented that the anti-degradation policy does not apply to less than high-quality waters and does not absolutely require that existing high-quality water be maintained. Rather, any changes or degradation to high-quality water must be both consistent with maximum public benefit and not unreasonably affect beneficial uses. The anti-degradation policy is not a zero discharge standard, but a policy statement that existing high-quality waters may be maintained when it is reasonable to do so. Staff response is whether a water is high quality for the purposes of the anti-degradation policy depends on the specific characteristics of the water. Waters can be high quality for some constituents, but not for others. The proposed CDO notes that groundwater around the facility is suitable for agriculture and is being used for agricultural supply. Attachments to the staff report show that groundwater at the Clean Harbors facility, a short distance down gradient of the Valley Water facility, has historically and currently contains groundwater with TDS concentrations suitable or potentially suitable for municipal domestic supply based on the criteria of 3,000 milligrams per liter total dissolved solids or less that's in the state sources of drinking water policy. The discharge exceeds by orders of magnitude the total dissolved solids, chloride, and boron concentrations necessary to maintain an agricultural beneficial use, and the total dissolved solids concentrations associated with the sources of drinking water criteria. The discharge is causing a plume of groundwater that is migrating to the northeast, down gradient, and into waters that are suitable for agricultural supply and that meet the sources of drinking water policy criteria for municipal and domestic supply. As described in the tentative cease and desist order and staff report, board staff's professional opinion is that the discharge has caused groundwater in wells down gradient of the facility to impact the agricultural beneficial use and is threatening the water in other wells. Therefore, the discharge is inconsistent with the anti-degradation policy in that it appears to be causing down-gradient high-quality groundwaters with designated and existing beneficial uses to exceed water quality objectives. Valley Water commented that the sources of drinking water policy was invalidated by the Office of Administrative Law, and groundwater in the area is not designated municipal or domestic supply because information from 39 wells suggested there was an average TDS concentration of over 3,000 milligrams per liter, exempting it from the municipal domestic designation. Staff responded in a long discussion in the response to comments that the sources of drinking water policy is valid. Municipal, domestic, agricultural, and industrial supplies are the beneficial uses in the basin plan. I will add that there are proposals to de-designate some of the groundwater beneficial uses in the area and were discussed in the response to comments. To my knowledge, Valley Water is not signatory to these efforts and has not participated in basin plan amendment discussions with board staff. These proposals do not include the regional aquifer in the area. That's the aquifer that well 21D1 is completed in. I'm not going to discuss all the specifics in this comment as it goes on for pages in the response to comments. But again, I and other staff are happy to answer any questions the board may have. Valley Water comments that the tentative CDO is unnecessary, unreasonable, and contains unreasonable timelines. Valley Water states that it has been working cooperatively with the board and demonstrated due diligence to do additional investigations. Board staff commented that the cease and desist order is needed to ensure Valley Water is on an enforceable timeline to achieve compliance with applicable regulatory requirements. Staff have been trying since at least 2014 to have additional wells installed, and we're in 2019, and I'm not aware of any. I should add that multiple work plans have been submitted and approved by staff. Valley Water contends that baseline water quality must be analyzed per the anti-degradation policy. Valley Water indicates that the discharges of saline produced water permitted by the waste discharge requirements for the facility preceded both the anti-degradation policy and the Tulare Lake Basin Plan. Thus, Valley Water argues that the quality of the underlying groundwater at the time that the anti-degradation policy was adopted in 1968 represented the baseline. Valley Water states that it can be presumed that after 8 to 10 years of the discharge of saline water that began in the 1950s, that the underlying groundwater reflected the mixing with or was produced water. Thus, groundwater quality as of 1968 should be the baseline upon which the Water Board views any current impairment or degradation, and the underlying groundwater should not be considered high quality for EC, TDS, boron, or other constituents contained in the wastewater. Board staff commented that the baseline water quality immediately under the facility may not be high quality. However, as described previously, the groundwater downgrading of the facility into which Valley Water's wastewater plume is migrating is high quality with respect to municipal, domestic, and agricultural supply for which there is an existing beneficial use. The downgradient groundwater was not impacted by Valley Water's operations in 1968, and the anti-degradation does apply to those waters. It is specifically these waters that the tentative cease and desist order is designed to protect, as there are existing and potential beneficial uses in those water bodies. Valley Water states that even if the anti-degradation policy did require comparison or even attainment of the Basin Plan's water quality objectives for salinity, the policy does not require immediate compliance, and the policy does not prohibit time schedules or variances to allow time to develop a long-term solution to salt concerns in the Central Valley region, or for dischargers to identify and implement management practices that work for their industries. Finally, even if one were to assume for the sake of argument that the underlying groundwater was high quality and the anti-degradation policy applied there or downgradient, that policy would require a showing of the use of best practicable treatment or control, BPTC. Valley Water donates ample time and resources on CV salts projects and helps support the May 2018 Basin Plan Amendment. This participation, they claim, should and would qualify as BPTC, assuming high-quality water was at issue. In response, board staff commented the tentative cease and desist order contains a compliance schedule, and board staff believes it is appropriate given the site history. The board has the authority to modify that schedule if it believes more or less time should be authorized. Board staff agrees with Valley Water that under CV salts, if Valley Water is participating in the alternative permitting approach, then participation in the prioritization and optimization study is one element of compliance. The Central Valley Water Board will also require discharges to continue to implement reasonable, feasible, and practical efforts to control levels of salt in discharges, maintain current discharge concentrations for salt or mass loading levels, and meet any performance limits or action levels deemed appropriate and necessary by the Central Valley Water Board. In addition, if Valley Water is seeking an exception to discharge requirements related to the implementation of quality objectives for boron, then Valley Water will need to prepare and implement a boron reduction study work plan or a boron-based watershed management plan. This exception must be approved by the Central Valley Water Board after a hearing. However, what is sufficient to satisfy BPTC is not appropriate for discussion on the CDO here today. Salt and nitrate management plan, they claim the CDO is inconsistent with that. We commented that produced water has adversely impacted or threatens to impact the beneficial uses. We welcome Valley Water's participation in the CV Salts program, but such participation does not negate the board's authority to require a discharger to cease and desist when the board finds that a discharge is taking place or threatening to take place in violation of the waste discharge requirements. In their rebuttal, Valley Water claims that they have demonstrated beneficial uses are not impaired by facility discharges, and areas of disagreement will be resolved by the planned data collection, their field program that they're proposing to go out. My response to that comment is that the CDO is needed to provide Valley Water with the incentive to collect the data that staff have been trying to go, and the CDO is there to put a specific time schedule on there so that we get the data we've been trying to get collected for the last few years. Valley Water contends the tentative CDO is inconsistent with other Central Valley Water Board orders. Valley Water wants order number 3, the oilfield general order number 3, to apply to the McKittrick facility, as it believes it meets the requirements for coverage under that order. Valley Water states Water Board staff have prejudged whether Valley Water could successfully obtain a basin plan amendment process and have disallowed that pathway. Staff response is that General Order 3 discharges requirements are that you either demonstrate that there is no groundwater beneath the discharge areas and that produced wastewater and constituents associated with other approved waste discharges will not migrate into areas having groundwater with designated beneficial uses. Or if there is groundwater underlying the discharge location, demonstrate that the current basin plan groundwater beneficial uses are eligible for de-designation. There is poor quality groundwater under the facility that may be suitable for de-designation. However, there's also groundwater immediately down gradient of the facility that is suitable for beneficial uses, and we believe is within the influence of the facility. In board staff's opinion, the beneficial uses of the nearby downgradient waters may not be eligible for de-designation because the quality of this groundwater is suitable for its designated beneficial uses, and groundwater is beneficially used a short distance from the facility. Further, Valley Water's produced wastewater has migrated to the north and east and beyond the facility's groundwater monitoring well network. To date, the extent of the plume migration has not been characterized, but given the local hydrogeology, it is uncontained and will continue to migrate to the north and east. Based on the current data, board staff questions whether the discharge can comply with General Order Number 3. The tentative CDO provides Valley Water limited time to gather additional evidence to demonstrate that General Order Number 3 is appropriate. In addition, Valley Water could seek a basin plan amendment and attempt to de-designate those beneficial uses assigned to groundwater directly beneath the facility. It does not have to be under General Order Number 3 to seek the basin plan amendment. Valley Water stated that treatment is not currently economically feasible and describes the results of a pilot test it conducted at its facilities at the Edison oil field. Board staff commented that we don't disagree with Valley Water's assessment in this regard. However, Valley Water does have other options, including moving the facility discharge to a location that is isolated from groundwater with beneficial uses and deep well injection into formations that do not contain water protected under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act and is not suitable for beneficial uses. Much of the oil field produced wastewater generated in the state and Central Valley is disposed of through injection, including the water that used to be discharged at Valley Water's Edison oil field or racetrack facility. I'm almost done, Dr. Longley. Separation of functions. Valley Water states that the board's failure to separate functions in this matter, even though specifically requested by Valley Water, violated due process and violated the requirement for a separation of duties. Board staff commented that government code states that an agency conducting an adjudicative proceeding must separate the adjudicative function from the investigative, prosecutorial, and advocacy functions within the agency. The tentative cease and desist order is not a prosecutorial action, so there are no prosecutorial functions to separate from the adjudicative proceeding. This is not an administrative civil liability proceeding with the potential for imposition of penalties. Instead, the CDO is more similar to a Water Code Section 13267 investigative order, a time schedule and waste discharge requirements prescribed under Water Code Section 13263, or a conditional prohibition, neither of which actions are considered prosecutorial. Valley Water has been provided with full due process through this hearing with the opportunity to present witnesses and cross-examine Water Board staff. In addition, the Water Board is an impartial, fair decision maker free of bias. Now I'll go to stakeholders, some of whom have different views than Valley Water. Clean Water Action states it generally supports the cease and desist order, provided it is amended to require the immediate cessation of discharge. Staff commented that compliance time schedules must be as short as practicable. Central Valley Water Board staff believe the time schedule in the tentative CDO is as short as practicable, given the nature of the discharge. It is within the authority of the board to determine at the time of the hearing whether the length of the time schedule is appropriate. The Center for Biological Diversity commented that the CDO should require immediate cessation of the discharges, commence proceedings for remediation of soil and groundwater affected by the discharges, and pursue penalties against Valley Water for violation of discharge requirements. CBD also stated that the penalty should be $5,000 per day of discharge based on the volume, duration, toxicity, and extensive damage caused. Staff responded that item number 3 of the tentative cease and desist order requires Valley Water to submit a report of waste discharge, including a compliance schedule to comply with the basin plan, a closure plan with time schedule for facility components that will no longer be used, and a remediation work plan with a proposed time schedule. The closure plan and remediation work plan and associated time schedules are subject to the approval of the executive officer. In addition, item number 4 of the tentative CDO states that discharges to the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility shall be prohibited unless it is in compliance with waste discharge requirements. Some time is required to complete the task dictated by the tentative CDO. Board staff believe the year afforded by the tentative CDO is to obtain waste discharge requirements consistent with the basin plan or cease discharge is as short as is practicable. Additionally, any compliance schedule associated with new waste discharge requirements would be available to comment prior to being considered for adoption during a board meeting. It is within the authority of the board to determine at the time of hearing whether the schedule should be modified in their scope or application, or to determine if the time allotted for a given task is too short or too long. The order before the board is a cease and desist order, not an administrative civil liability. California Resources Corporation asks that the Central Valley Water Board reconsider the proposed action to adopt a cease and desist order for the facility. CRC states that they have been a participant in CV salts based on the promise of future regulatory flexibility related to salinity discharges, and that the CDO seems to be contrary to the goals and spirit of CV salts. Excuse me. CRC states that proposed action makes participants such as CRC question whether the time and money spent in meetings and working on basin plan amendments has been or will in the future be worthwhile. CRC implies the issuance of the CDO may affect the overall viability of the CV salts program. Board staff commented that CV salts is a long-term program to address the ongoing and legacy salt and nitrate accumulation in the Central Valley. CV salts does not override the discretion of the board to insist that dischargers take reasonable, practicable, and feasible measures to limit impacts to beneficial uses. The tentative CDO provides Valley Water time to gather additional data and obtain new waste discharge requirements that are in compliance with the basin plan. In summary, it is hard to envision impacts from drip irrigation using Star Farms wells impacting Clean Harbor's well 148I in the second water-bearing zone with groundwater at a depth of 170 feet. And it's even harder to envision that Clean Harbor's wells 102RL impacts in the regional aquifer and 3/4 of a mile up gradient of Star Farms is from agriculture. Valley Water's plume appears to have reached Clean Harbor's. The proposed cease and desist order meets the requirements of our laws, policies, and regulations. Valley Water has known for 5 years that additional data are needed to fill the data gaps, but outside of sampling a few wells at Clean Harbor's facility twice, they have not collected any additional data. I will tell you that Valley Water has spent countless hours trying to convince staff that downgradient impacts observed are caused by somebody else. They appear to have predetermined the outcome of their investigations and attack anything that does not support that conclusion instead of looking at the multiple lines of evidence and coming to a reasonable conclusion. Unfortunately, the proposed cease and desist order with an enforceable time schedule that has significant consequences if they do not comply is needed to force Valley Water to collect the data needed to determine if this discharge can continue under waste discharge requirements. I have only one recommendation, that is to adopt the cease and desist order as proposed. Certainly there'll be some discussions about the time schedule, but this concludes the presentation. I would like to enter this presentation, the agenda package, and the board files into the record. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, I got one. Looking at the information provided to me, it looks like our staff was always available to answer questions and help them move forward, right? Our staff is very busy with lots of different projects, but it looks like in regards to this one, staff was always available to answer questions and move forward.
You know, we've always tried to be available. We try to do that with every discharger. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what we want to get are the questions answered so that we can agree with all parties and come to a way to solve these problems and not end up in issues like this today where we need enforceable time schedules. I mean, I personally facilitated a meeting between Clean Harbors and Valley Water to try to get drilling locations on Valley Water locations that are there. They will talk about the issues of endangered species and how that has prevented them from getting access. And that is not an easy issue, I'll be honest with you. But we've also told them Go to areas that are already disturbed. We're flexible on the locations of where you drill. Go to areas where the endangered species are not there. They have large farming areas to the north. There's Clean Harbors. There's these other facilities that, you know, we may be able to go to help to answer these questions, but so far we just haven't been able to get it done.
So Clay, I have a question along the same line. So given the workload at the Fresno office and, you know, the concerns at this site, do you think that the schedule that's proposed is reasonable and that your staff can respond in a way that's going to allow Valley Water to meet this CDO?
Well, I mean, I can give you an example of a recent issue. On the 8th of May, we received a new work plan for groundwater monitoring with a reduced number of wells for a work plan from what we had already approved. On the afternoon of May 8th, we had a telephone conversation with Valley Water where basically we told them that, you know, we think more work is going to need to be done than this. But I gave them verbal approval within 2 or 3 hours of getting an emailed work plan to say, go put the wells in. If you can get the rig and you can get out there, go get it done. We were told the wells would be in by the end of May. Now, you know, possibly, you know, there's been a well or two drilled. I don't know. I haven't spoken with anybody from Valley Water in a few weeks. So,
So
it
your
could
staff,
be.
so your staff is
We're
clearly,
doing
this is an example of,
everything we
yes.
can, and
but
I have made it
I-
a priority for our staff.
And going forward, that commitment is still there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Ready now for testimony, to take testimony from Valley Water Management Company.
If we could take a short break because we need to talk to the Sentinel Peak person before he leaves because we did not know what he was going to say today. And so we need to talk to him really quickly. So if we could take like a 5-10
In fact, I was going to
minute.
ask you if, over about half an hour or so, would you mind taking a break? But go ahead and take a break.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
10 minutes is good, yes. No, I was going to try to break in the middle of it. Well, they had different speakers, so there's a be a time that.
So, Doc, are we getting out here early today?
Well, you know as good as well as I do, lady. Look here. So we get this one. Let's say we get done by 12:30.
Then we have the informational items, right? I think
We got 1:30 then back here because we got to meet on Patrick.
we have a closed session?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Then we got this, and that's strategies to manage salt. I don't think that's more than 30 minutes, and
Okay.
that's a success story.
Okay.
Then we got this one. They think that's fast. So let's say both of them an hour, right? Then we got this one. That's 40 minutes. So that's an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, that should be it.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So 2 hours. 1:30, 3:30.
Okay, about 4, hopefully. Okay.
4, yeah, you're good to add. 4:15.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. We're getting into pretty soft stuff this afternoon.
Yeah, we have an awards assembly for one of our senators. She's getting honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh, it's for a politician? No, you sit here.
No, it's Regina Fuller. Actually, the school district's
Oh,
on
Gene,
here.
okay.
Because she was a superintendent for God knows how
Oh,
many
yeah,
years.
yeah. She's famous in Kern County.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's
The
tonight.
The major thing is, you're gonna be here till 1:30, I guess. Two, you said you had to leave, yeah. And we have a closed session where we'll be evaluating Patrick.
Oh, we're here. I'm here for lunch.
Yeah, yeah. That's, after that,
No, I mean, yeah, but she had invited me herself, so then I
No,
felt
that-
real.
she was always a very good advocate for Kern County. was on Senate rules for a long time.
She started a little group, about 6 of us, so she's retired now, but still hosts. And so she got women from all different backgrounds. That was really interesting, and it invites us to a lunch like every other 4 weeks or so to talk about issues from different communities. And so she's working on how to address those properly and kind of building, just putting a bunch of us together who normally wouldn't have lunch together, let's put it that way. Which I thought was really brave and forward of her. Because I didn't really know her much before until I got invited to this lunch. And then she talks about really interesting stuff at lunch, even we get a little uncomfortable. She'll bring up stuff about like culture, race issues, and you can see everyone start to squirm a little bit. But it's been interesting. It's been good.
You know, there's a couple of things happening lately. Kids, regardless of their ethnic background, who grow up in well-to-do families, really don't understand the impact of what I've seen. A couple incidents recently of the meaning of words and the impact of words.
Oh,
When they're young, they've got jealousy. I don't care where they come from.
well, I think it's. I was actually really upset with my husband because he's a golfer. He loves to golf. And my little son loves to golf. Which is great. So they go to like the local golf clubs. But he wanted to become a member of the country club. I was really against it. To the point that he was explaining to me that they have to wait in line at the local courses and they can't. It's really affecting playtime and they end up coming back some, and this is just for that. I told him I understand that. And again, I'm not going to, my brother and them are part of it, that's great for them. I go, I understand that, but I have a hard time having my kids go to this thing and think, oh, this is wonderful, look at, we get catered to and we get, I go, you're setting them up, you don't understand the impact of that.
Right.
And he didn't, because he's a golfer, so he doesn't seem to, and he grew up, older and all that good stuff and worked hard and he doesn't look at the world that way, so I can appreciate that, but I told him, you don't understand how this kid's going to grow up thinking that. And my kids are open to help and serve and are part of the community, but I'm like, I just can't. I'm so upset. I didn't know what to do. He's like, what's wrong with you? I go, I just don't, it just goes against who I am. I don't like it.
Well, this last week we had an incident in Fresno that came to light.
Oh my gosh, the Bullard High School's doing it.
The two of them.
I said, what is going on in Fresno?
But one was, there were two girls that were over at one girl's house, and they were putting different colors on their faces. The gal that videoed it was hosting this other girl, and it was a black family. And the white girl, and they were laughing, and one of them, I don't know which one, used the N-word. That's my point. They don't know. They don't understand. They were innocent in what they were doing, but it was the wrong thing to do.
Yes, and so, right, I know, it's just such a,
It's good they were playing together.
yeah, of course, I would agree. That is very true.
But kids, they do dumb things.
But it seems like,
Well, the fact that young boys, regardless of their ethnic background, drive too damn fast.
yeah,
They do dumb things,
but there's still, but you know what I will tell you, now that my son's in high school,
We're back in session.
All set? Okay. Good morning, Chairman Longley, members of the staff, and members of the board. My name is Jason Metters. I'm with Valley Water Management Company. I'm the general manager. I've been at the company for about 8 months. I started last September 2018 and been enjoying my time so far at Valley. It's definitely challenging with some of these issues that have popped up during my tenure, but I think that we're making good progress on a lot of them. Thank you for having us on the agenda today. We really appreciate it. I did want to acknowledge Clay and his staff. You had talked about how they're available for assistance, and you know they are available. They've been very good to work with. They're always up for a call or an email. They're very responsive, so I would like to thank them for that.
Sir, have you taken the oath?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Thanks. Also, I want to just quickly mention that Clay had mentioned de-designation and us working through that process. We are currently working through that process. We've just started that with through SIPA, and there's a consultant on board named Wood, and they're also the consultant with the Central Valley Coalition, and so we're partnering with them to move forward with that process as well. So today I will start the presentation, and then I'm going to hand it over to our technical team, which consists of Dan Tormey with Catalyst Environmental Solutions, and then Ken Schmidt with Kenneth D. Schmidt and Associates, and then Melissa Thorm with Downey Brand will conclude our presentation for today. So Valley Water is a nonprofit 501c4 organization. We've been providing produced water oil field management for the oil industry for about 87 years. Historically, we've worked to site our locations with the water board in areas that are not populated and that are away typically from agricultural resources. McKittrick 113, as Clay had stated, it's located on the west side of Kern County, where groundwater is not known to be of high quality historically. And then we do have a waste discharge requirement for the facility. The first one was issued in 1958, and then there was an amendment in 1961, and the current one is from 1969. And so we do acknowledge that we need to work with the water board to update that permit. So Valley is interested in water quality issues. We realize that we need to work with our members, stakeholders, and the regional board to protect groundwater quality, and we're very interested in doing that for all of our facilities. Valley Water has been involved in CV salts, as you have heard previously. We've been involved since 2015, and we're currently on the executive committee, and we're a member of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, so we're very active in those functions. Valley Water has been working for years on exceptions, salinity management programs, and regulatory flexibility for salinity and boron that should apply to facilities like this one. A few years ago, we did embark on 2 pilot projects at one of our facilities located on the east side. We used ECT and AGT. We did a side-by-side pilot program there, and we did determine that we could meet discharge standards, including removal of salt and boron. However, as it was currently discussed or presently discussed, it's not that cost effective to do that kind of treatment. And then it's very hard to dispose of the brine solution that's created. So there are some challenges with treatment as well. So a little bit on the recent permit history. As was stated in April of 2018, the regional board issued a resolution and then also issued Valley Water a new MRP. And so within that resolution, the regional board staff directed board staff to either adopt one of the, I'm sorry, the regional board directed board staff to implement one of the general oilfield general orders, General Order 2 or General 3, or issue an individual WDR for the facility. And so the board staff is not proposing that route. They're proposing the CDO instead, and that's why we're here today talking about the options here. And so we asked, as part of our April 8th comments, we did offer a proposed permit in that package, and we were told by regional board staff that CEQA has not been done for that process yet. So Valley Water feels that the best option currently is a new permit. As I stated, we did submit a draft to the board staff, and we haven't heard much feedback on that, but we do feel like that's the best way to go with it. You know, we are pursuing the CV salts option as well with the adoption of the salinity management program to allow permitting of high salinity facilities until the completion of the P&O study, which is already previously discussed. And then at the last CV salts meeting, we understand that the basin plan amendments are awaiting approval by the regional board as well. And so that process, I'm sorry, the state board, I apologize. So that process is in process, and is my understanding it's not going to be approved until January of next year, possibly. So that doesn't really fit with the timeline of our proposed CDO. So in conclusion, on this slide, Valley Water has been doing everything that we can, at least since I've been there, and I understand prior to that, to get a new permit in place, and also to drill the monitoring wells that were discussed. We understand those monitoring wells are very, very important to achieve the data and to make sure the model that we have is appropriate. And so I can assure you that we're doing everything we can to get those monitoring wells in place. And so we wanted to go through several, I guess, points, issues presented in the CDO, and our response to those. So the first one is the installation of the monitoring wells. As Clay had stated, you know, these monitoring wells are proposed in an area where we have blunt-nosed leopard lizards, which is a federally protected species. We did go through and look for locations that were previously disturbed. Valley Water doesn't own any of the land, so we have to work with landowners to get permits and get approval for these locations. And so we're currently going through negotiations with one landowner that's being extremely difficult. And that permit and that well would actually take place of the 21D1 well that Mr. Rogers was referring to. So that hopefully is the first well to go. We're getting very close with an agreement. We do have a permit already through the county, and then we also have a driller lined up who's ready to go on June 22nd if everything falls into place on that location. And then there's also a couple other locations on Chevron's property. We've been working with them. Even though they're previously disturbed locations, there's a lot of challenges there. We had to meet with the Tajon Indian tribe out there and do a study. And then we had to do small mammal trapping, which had to wait until after the rainy season, which, as you know, we had a very long rainy season this year. So the schedule did appear to slip over the last few months, and I acknowledge that, and we're very apologetic about that. We do want to get these wells in, and we're pushing extremely hard to do that. And I feel that we're going to be starting that process here in the next few weeks, and then we're hopeful to get the remainder of the wells in. And I believe it's 9 wells of different intervals in 5 locations. We want to get those in by next fall. So that's why we've been requesting to maybe move this hearing or push back the schedule a little bit.
Can I ask a question, Dr. Longley? Yeah. So the 9 wells, have you identified locations for those all 9 wells yet, or still working on some of those locations?
Yes, all the locations have been identified. 2 of the wells would be located at the one where the property owner is being difficult in the negotiations. And then 3 of the locations are located on Chevron property. 2 of those locations are previously disturbed, so those were the ones we were hoping to get the drill rig moving on fairly quickly. And then 1 is right in the middle of the blunt-nosed leopard lizard habitat, and so we're having to go through the blunt-nosed leopard lizard protocols on that site, and then that's when we're hopeful to start drilling in the fall. And then we have 1 well that's actually located up dip of our facility on CRC's property, and that is going fairly smooth as far as getting an agreement in place for that one. So, sure.
I have a question for you. You indicated that the endangered species issue was causing a problem with some of the properties and going through that process, as well as some of the property owners. But if I recall, Mr. Rogers spoke about there were other areas that are outside of that. Have you looked at those areas?
Yes, so the well that is really in the area that's undeveloped, it's right in the middle, that's the one where I was referring to, that it would take until the fall to get that one installed because we have to go through blunt-nosed leopard lizard protocol. The other locations are all previously disturbed locations that we've identified. Those are the maps that we sent to Clay prior to the May 8th meeting. And so we discussed all those locations, and we came to an agreement that those seemed satisfactory to board staff, and we've been moving forward ever since then on those locations.
But the ones that are on private property, you don't have agreements with yet.
We don't have any agreements. All the agreements are very close, I'll say. The one on Houchin property, which is the replacement well for 21D1, we've got a draft agreement in hand. We're just negotiating the cost terms on that. There's a couple different owners there. And then the Chevron property, there was just some cleanup with the biological report that needed to occur, and then also the Tejon Indian survey, which was an above and beyond requirement. So we're just working through all those little hurdles.
Okay.
And just for reference, I've had previous experience on the west side of Interstate 5 in their area. It's Endangered Species Act. I mean, it's very difficult. We definitely have that issue in Kern County, just for reference, so.
Right, thank you.
So tell me about some of the internal barriers to getting the job done on time within your company.
The internal barriers, well, the cost is a factor. We've got approval for the cost several months ago, so the members are ready to contribute to those costs. Primarily, it's working with all the different entities that are involved. So we have, the consultant that does the biological survey. We had to get surveys for the site. We have somebody that's working on getting the agreements together. We've got all the landowners that we have to work with. We had to get a permit through the county of Kern, which we achieved on the first well that we're hoping to drill. So those, just getting all those in line and finding the right order of that has been a challenge in the last few months.
But I'm just wanting to ask the question. The efforts that you're doing it definitely is commendable, and you're in the process of trying to handle the matters. But Mr. Rogers spoke earlier and indicated that this has been going on since 2014. What about that gap that you need to fill in there?
Well, that was the next slide. So
Okay, well,
yeah.
let's go.
And I wasn't really going to read this. I was going to let you guys just kind of see what we've done. The point of this slide is to show the voluntary compliance tasks that we have been doing since 2000. So yeah, I can walk through it. So, from 2000 to 2017, we've been working with the Water Board. We've done 2 hydrogeologic characterization studies near the McKittrick Ponds. We've done semi-annual monitoring and reporting since 2008. In 2014, we had 3 meetings with the Water Board staff to develop Phase 3 hydrogeologic characterization work plan. And then from 2014 to 2016, this was the time frame that Clay addressed. We've had habitat and endangered species surveys that have been done. The first one, the screening evaluation in 2014 to determine whether the proposed drilling locations could be accessed. And I think the biologists determined that it would be nearly impossible to drill the wells after that survey. So then we looked at other options. So in 2015, a detailed site evaluation during the important time periods showed that proposal sites could not be used. Okay, that was the one that I was referring to where, you know, the sites cannot be used. And then in 2016 and 17, Valley Water searched for alternate locations, including Clean Harbors land. So I think maybe Mr. Rogers had a hand in discussions with Valley Water and Clean Water and Clean Harbors for that time frame. And then, so where we are currently, like I said, the drilling sites have been identified and we're in final negotiations. And we're very hopeful that we can get those buttoned up in the next few weeks and get the drill rig going. They're ready to go. We've met with them on site at each one of the sites. We did that about a month ago because we thought it would occur a little sooner, but the agreements have just taken a little bit longer than anticipated. So if you don't have any other questions at this point, I'm going to turn it over.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
Okay, so at this point, I'll turn it over to Dan Tormey. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Dan Tormey. I'm with Catalyst Environmental Solutions Corporation. I'm from Santa Monica, and I have taken the oath. And good morning, board members. I'm going to move into looking at some of the data that's been collected. I'll stand right here. The work that's been done to date. And the main topics I'm going to look at is that the data as we see it now don't support that the McKittrick produced water has migrated all the way down to the Clean Harbors facility. At our last board meeting where this topic was taken up last year in April of 2018, we as a group, the board members, staff, and us, agreed that there's a data gap between what we say the data is showing and the possibilities of what could be within that gap, and stressed the importance of the wells to address that data gap. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because I think it's a point of general agreement, but I'll have just some reminder slides. And then I'm going to take a different look at the question in just a couple of slides, and that's by focusing on Clean Harbors itself and ask the question, would you even suspect that the McKittrick facility has impacted this? Can you explain everything you see at Clean Harbors simply by what is there? So that'll be the next look. And then I'll speak a little bit to the existing potential.
If you could speak just a little more into the microphone, we're not picking you up.
All right, I keep stepping back. Okay. And then I'll speak a little bit to the potential beneficial uses that are in the area. And finally, what I'll go to is that you know, we've been working on a groundwater hydraulic model with board staff. We reached an interim point of that model before our last meeting in April. And I think once the data gaps are filled, the next step is to complete that model. And I understand as a person who does models that they aren't any good unless all the parties who are going to rely upon them accept the results of that model. So it's not about me being comfortable with it. It's really about board staff being comfortable with it. And the items that Mr. Rogers was bringing up during his presentation, those are all elements that the model can accommodate once we get some data in this gap area and we can work together. Okay. So this, Mr. Rogers did a great job of setting things up, and I think I might be able to save a little bit of time here by just going by reference. This is the study area down. This area is where the McKittrick ponds are located. Groundwater flow is generally to the northeast in this direction where the cursor is going. This is the Clean Harbors facility. And then later we'll be talking a little bit about this agricultural field and another produced water percolation facility here that was subject of litigation in this area up here. Okay, and then the other thing I'd like to point out here is that I've alluded to earlier that there's an area of a data gap, and it's very clear in this drawing. This is the place where there's no groundwater monitor wells that are available. You can see for the most part it is habitat. It's not developed in this very key area. And Board Member Brar, you mentioned some of the Endangered Species Act challenges in the western part of the valley. And this species that we're talking about, the blunt-nosed leopard lizard, I just wanted to point out that in the world of endangered species, there's threatened, there's endangered, and then the California Environmental Species Act has a higher level of protection known as a fully protected species, which pretty much, you need an act of the assembly in order to get into the habitat of a fully protected species, and the blunt-nosed leopard lizard is one of those. So it's not just like general, oh, we've got endangered species. There's this maximum level of protection guy who's out there. Okay, and also I've got here on the drawing the line C prime. That's a line of cross-section. It's very similar to the one that Mr. Rogers showed you, and we'll be looking into the subsurface along that line. Mr. Rogers did a great job on the groundwater flow. Here's, I think we have the same image. There's a lot we agree on. It's really a big point here. Here's that cross-section, and it's the location here is the McKittrick Ponds. The blue is the produced water that comes from the ponds, percolates downwards. This tan layer here is the Corcoran clay equivalent. Beneath the McKittrick facility, it's really not an effective barrier to flow. The produced water goes right through the Corcoran clay equivalent, and it begins to pond on this tan-colored clay here, the upper Tulare clay. And so this is what the data tell us the extent of the produced water is. You'll see that it's the same depiction of the extent as Mr. Rogers said. So we're in agreement on that as well. This well here is 17K1. This was referred to in the process we're going through as the Sentinel well. When it was installed in 2008, it had no water. And then the water that's depicted here, that was first detected in 2014. So this gives you an idea of the rate of groundwater flow here. It's something like 6 years to go this roughly half-mile distance. So it's not like things are moving really, really rapidly. They're moving in a manner that we can understand, and up until the Sentinel wells had water that we could see directly how it was going. In the model, this forms a major constraint, and Mr. Rogers in his remarks brought up an estimate of 60 billion gallons of produced water that's been put in here. This facility has not been metered. The flow has not been measured until the last couple of years. So any estimates of volume are kind of the best judgment. The work that we did to gather all the information from records, et cetera, to estimate total volume was 30 billion. So factor of 2 difference, it's still billions. The point I want to make here, though, is that in doing our model, we were able to calculate the volume of this blue produced water here from the facility, and that is roughly 30 billion gallons. So there's not a lot of missing water. It's measurable and understandable where it is. Okay, and let's see, so this is the zone in which the flow of the produced water is occurring. And then down here, the lower Tulare Sands aquifer is the formation in which Mr. Rogers was presenting data from the McKittrick well, SIM 21D1, as well as the Clean Harbors wells. So the last thing I want to point out on this cross-section is perhaps the most important thing on this cross-section. If we go down to the Clean Harbors facility, they have defined, so the Corcoran Clay equivalent extends down to the Clean Harbors facility as well. It's a laterally extensive unit. And beneath the Clean Harbors facility, it is a real clay. It causes water to pond on top of it. So here at the Clean Harbors facility, you have an upper zone that does not have an equivalent over at the McKittrick facility because the Corcoran Clay equivalent doesn't cause water to pond. So this water in the upper zone at Clean Harbors cannot be from the McKittrick ponds. Now, Mr. Rogers predicted accurately that I was going to use the word cannot, and in the way the groundwater flows, as this produced water moves on top of this clay, it can't be pushed up naturally through this Corcoran Clay equivalent up into this upper zone. Mr. Rogers' depiction here had a lot of question marks and a gap here, which is also a fair way to look at the data, definitely. And so he was using the uncertainty of not knowing for sure that there's a Corcoran Clay equivalent here to say that it's possible that this water gets up here. So, you know, I don't want to belabor this a lot, but it does, I think, continue on a theme that I brought up earlier, is that as we are looking at the site and how it works, we're focusing on the data and what the data say. Mr. Rogers, as you know, the board should, is looking at what other things could be occurring. And so I want to make sure that you see there's not an equivalence there. You know, there's data, and then there's what could be. And then in order to come to agreement, especially on this model, it's how do we work together to identify the data gaps that are needed to go from what could be to what is. And that's what we're engaged with.
So before you move on.
Yeah.
So if, and I'm looking at this top clay layer here, the one that I think you're saying is, or you understand it to be impenetrable, and Mr. Rogers said that that's not conclusive. So so he doesn't know. Do you know?
So I think if I could paraphrase your description a little bit, that top clay, the Corcoran Clay equivalent, we do know that beneath the McKittrick facility, it is penetrable because we can measure it and we can see it. It's happening. If you go down to the Clean Harbors facility, that same upper clay, the Corcoran Clay equivalent, we know that it is a lot less penetrable. You know, impenetrable sort of, you know, it's like concrete, yeah. So, but because we can see and measure water in the upper zone beneath Clean Harbors that is resting on top of this Corcoran Clay equivalent, we know that it's relatively impermeable and different than what we see in the McKittrick facility. And then in between, I don't know, and Mr. Rogers doesn't know. In between meaning that big area.
And that
between.
was my question, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank
so,
you.
yeah, and so it comes down to, do you follow the data that says the Corcoran Clay equivalent occurs broadly and say that it's laterally continuous, so I'm going to draw it as continuous? Or do you say, I don't have a data point there, so I'm not going to do anything? So that's the part that we need to fill in. Yeah.
So if it's, you know, permeable over here, you know, where your facility is it possible that could also be permeable at a different point in the CCE layer?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And it's just what we know,
Right, I know they're just assumptions because there's no data. No.
except at two places.
Right,
So,
those two.
yeah, so between Clean Harbors, we know that it is relatively impermeable, and at McKittrick, not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, and so now we're back looking at plan view. We're going to move into this question of, if we're just looking at Clean Harbors, can we explain what we see beneath it? And so this map is showing that upper zone. So that's let me just quickly go back. Okay, this upper zone here, that we don't have an equivalent over here. This upper zone here is these dots. So these pentagrams, actually. Each one of those is a location of a well beneath Clean Harbors that is screened or measures water in that upper zone. Where it's red, the wells are dry. Where it is green, the wells have water. So right there, you could say there may be and probably is some variability in the permeability of that Corcoran clay equivalent, even beneath Clean Harbors. But the important thing is that there is a perched zone there that does have water in that upper zone that we don't see at McKittrick.
Are all the wells the same depth?
That's a good question. To my knowledge, there's variability in the depth because the level of that clay varies, but they're all screened within that upper zone. Okay. Go this way. Okay. So what I've plotted here are a couple of water quality parameters. And the parameters are the same for all four of these diagrams. On the horizontal axis of each one is total dissolved solids. On the vertical axis, I've plotted chloride divided by sulfate. Chloride you commonly find in produced water. Sulfate is a characteristic of groundwater in the western part of the valley. So to me, this was kind of the best series of indicators to look at this. Of the top three slides, the one on the left is the water quality data from that upper zone, the one that only occurs beneath Clean Harbors. And so you see a range in the data. As you move to the middle panel on the top, that is the intermediate zone, the next zone down. You see a range, but less. And the final panel is the lower zone beneath that second clay, and above which there is water from McKittrick over beneath McKittrick facility, and there's water beneath Clean Harbors. But that lower zone has less range still. And so now in that bottom panel, I've combined all three in order to illustrate that the range in values represented in the upper zone by those orange dots is greater than the range in values of either the intermediate or the lower zone. So this is one depiction of what most of the chemistry tells you, is that beneath Clean Harbors, you don't need to point to McKittrick to explain what you're seeing. What you're seeing can be explained by the character quality of the water in that upper zone that we don't see water at under McKittrick. And then as it percolates down, the range of impact gets less and less, but it's still within the range. There's not something that brings you out. Okay, and then just again, this is the same two axes, chloride over sulfate and total dissolved solids. The tan circle over on the left, minus that one data point at 8,000 TDS, is the Clean Harbors field. And then the McKittrick field, you see, that's produced water from the McKittrick facility, and it's entirely separated from what you see beneath Clean Harbors. Okay, so that was the approach I was mentioning at my first slide, that we're going to take a different view than what we looked at last year, looking at Clean Harbors in isolation, seeing whether you can explain what you see there by the character of the water in a zone you don't see at McKittrick, being able to explain it all. Now we're moving to the more traditional question that we've worked with a lot with board staff is starting at McKittrick as you move down gradient. Do you see a effect at Clean Harbors of the McKittrick plume? There's a lot of data. Mr. Rogers brought several boxes filled with binders. That's a subset of all the data that's been collected out here. I've chosen to use total dissolved solids as an indicator. I just have one slide for this. So total dissolved solids is on the vertical axis as you go higher up. That's higher total dissolved solids. The horizontal axis is time. And what I've marked here with this black line is the second quarter of 2014. That was the time when water was first observed in that Sentinel well, 17K1. So the furthest down gradient McKittrick well. So that black line is when we know the plume reached that point. If you look down here, these are primarily Clean Harbors wells. I put 21D1, the deep well at McKittrick as well, just for reference. And you can see here that the levels of TDS are increasing before the water from the McKittrick ponds was even at the Sentinel well. So something else is going on with those wells that is not the McKittrick plume moving forward. There is one point that I failed to make when I had the cross-section up. If you'll bear with me, I think it's an important one. I wouldn't do this if I didn't. Okay. So Mr. Rogers had a block diagram of a alluvial fan, and it had channels in it, and it was a general depiction. It's not of here, but it is a true depiction of how we geologists would depict an alluvial fan, very heterogeneous. And the wells that were installed here, really most of, I think all of the wells, have the kind of geophysical data that allow you to characterize the old environment under which these were deposited. And in this unit that's known as the alluvium here, that overlies the Corcoran clay equivalent, we all agree that is an alluvial fan setting. The upper Tulare sand down here and the lower Tulare sand here indicate, these same data indicate that these are more lake-like. We call that lacustrine. So instead of high energy rivers near a mountain front coming down with gravelly channels separated by clayey flood zones, the old environment represented here as you get deeper was more like a lake. So that's not to say there are no channels, but it is way more homogeneous. It is way more consistent as you go across than is this upper alluvium. So, again, board staff and us fully agree that this is an alluvial fan up here, but where we're looking at the degree to which this produced water may migrate, it's the more lake-like environment that governs the setting up of the model that we use to depict this. Okay.
So is that lake-like model composed primarily of fines that retard flow, or is it of a more coarse material that promotes flow?
It's more sandy that promotes flow. And that the degree to which, the permeability of it has been measured. And in doing the model, permeability is one of the things you can adjust when you're doing a sensitivity analysis. So, yeah, so we're getting our arms around that question, yeah. Okay, so now I have a couple of slides that look at the question of what the potential beneficial uses are. in the vicinity of McKittrick. So, I should have done this at the cross-section. So remember the cross-section. You have the produced water coming out of the ponds, percolates down, hits that upper Tulare clay, and moves down on top of that. So it gives you the produced water area. That is produced water. That has high salinity. The staff report for the CDO suggested that it would make sense to de-designate that because of that. It's in a formation that didn't have water before, so what's in there is the produced water. And so I'm not looking at that. What I'm looking at here is the next water-bearing zone down, the lower Tulare sands, that is continuous across this area. So I've plotted two wells here. This is SIM 21D1. That is the deep well that is associated with the McKittrick facility. And then MW102RL, a deep well from the Clean Harbors facility. Horizontal axis is time, vertical axis is total dissolved solids. On this one, I've got lines indicating 3,000 parts per million TDS. So that's the Porter Cologne 8863 sources of drinking water level for municipal supply. And at the SIM 21D1, the McKittrick well, there is this one well that was, or this one data point that was sampled right after the well was installed that included water that was used to help develop this well. So that's that data point. And then we have this increasing concentration trend after 2012. And so that's indicating something with produced water characteristics is there. I want to focus for this question of what the beneficial use could have been before that happened to the area left or earlier from that vertical orange line. Similarly, I've got the same time indicated here for the Clean Harbors because that, again, was more reflective of the native water. And all of the data points except for one at 2400 at Clean Harbors are above 3,000. And all of the data points prior to 2012 at SIM 21D1 are over 3,000 with the exception of the one right off. So our view of the beneficial use here is that this water would not have supported a municipal use. Therefore, if there's any infiltration from the produced water downwards, it would not take you from a place of being able to support municipal to where you could not support it. It was already not supported. Okay, and now I'm going to turn to the agricultural beneficial use. Mr. Rogers had said that there is an existing demonstrated agricultural beneficial use to the north of where the designation of where the produced water from McKittrick lays. These data are electrical conductivity, total dissolved solids, and boron from those agricultural fields to the north are the Star farms, and the wells that you periodically see indicated as WW 1, 2, 3, 4, those are the Star farm wells. Those have elevated total dissolved solids well above 3,000. And Ken Schmidt will be going into more detail on this, so I don't want to say anything more, but that the water in those wells has very high salinity and boron that taken together would not support irrigation of any of these crops, including pistachio. Those wells are producing water that is used for irrigation, but that water cannot be used unless it's blended. There's active blending going on now. So the groundwater doesn't support an ag beneficial use. It's the blending that does. Okay, and I wanted to end my remarks that, and I've mentioned it before, that I think we've been, since I began working on the project in 2017, I think we've had a really good working relationship with board staff. They've been very willing to meet with us and to discuss these matters very openly. I've got a list here of major workshops that we've had. In October 9th was our first workshop. Each of these were 3 hours in board staff offices. The first one was looking at what are our objectives and methods to develop a hydraulic model. The second meeting in January 10th, the then executive officer, Pam Creedon, attended the entire workshop. And we were presenting our preliminary results. You know, we're not saying this is it. The model at this stage is used to get us to talk. You know, what do we really need to know, and how do we fill that gap if we don't know it now? And Ms. Creedon requested that we do a specific model run, that we run the model to show the amount of plume migration after 30 years of continuous operation. And then once you stop, the plume grows until it can't move anymore through the soil. There's a point at which the water just stops. And so we ran the model for an additional 20 years to get to the point where the plume stops. That model result here depicts that. The red is the produced water that would be in the subsurface in that middle zone. And here's the Clean Harbors facility. So after 50 years, we're getting very, very close, but not. And then we don't hit any of the agricultural wells. So we then...
A couple questions, a
Please.
question and a comment. First of all, your model, Mr. Rogers talked about the model, and I'm curious if this is what he was speaking of, where assumptions were made, one of them being that the substrate was homogeneous?
Yes. This is the what I'm calling for that January 10th workshop, the preliminary model. So we talked about what we were trying to
Right,
do.
so it's really not, in this kind of a geological setting, it's really not very accurate. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
I would not agree with that, and the reason I would not agree with that is because the model is an interim model. So we were...
Well, if it's not depicting channelizing which takes place in this kind of a medium, I find it very difficult to think that it accurately depicted the extent of migration of the plume.
And that is the point of the modeling process we are now. So in the March meeting, the March workshop, we used this interim model to identify what aspects of it board staff was uncomfortable with. That was one. Can we modify this model to incorporate more heterogeneity, more higher permeability zones? The answer is yes, that's pretty easy.
Okay, and then,
yeah.
and then going back to an earlier slide when you're talking about the water quality under the STAR funds in terms of TDS. I think you're accurate in saying that water has to be blended. I think the problem is in long drought times, as we quite frequently encounter here, the worse that water is, the more tree death they have, because of the fact that they don't have, and I'm talking in general on the west side in areas like this, where they did not have the fresh water to blend to the point that they should. And so any degradation of that water creates hardship down the road when you get in dry periods, and you do have to blend, but you have a limited amount of water to blend with. And I just think that there is damage occurring which can have long-term effects given the kind of climatological cycles that we have here. So to say that it's of no consequence that value of TDS is increasing, I find difficult to really believe that. That's
Of
the end
course,
of my
I-
comment, and if someone wants to tell me where I'm wrong on that, I would appreciate it.
I respect your discussion of that, and it is true that as water becomes more salty, it takes more fresh water to blend with it. With respect to those star wells, however, they were already affected by the subject of the litigation surrounding that. And there's been no suggestion that water from the McKittrick facility has reached those wells. The suggestion is that it could.
I wasn't suggesting that, but this water moves over time, and not just necessarily to the Star property, but conceivably to other property. And I'm aware of the Star Farms and the litigation that occurred there at another time. And my discussion was simply in context of, even if it's over 3,000 milligrams per liter, increasing that salinity under ag land, it can have consequences long-term.
Correct, yes. Okay, so I wanted to end this discussion of the work that we've been doing, and we've been alluding to it in this question and answer, that there are some areas like the complexity of the geology, that going from an interim to a final model that both board staff and Valley agree on is a component to include. We've looked at that already in terms of sensitivity analysis, so it's good to go. What we're really missing is that data in the broad swath, because that will tell us a lot about heterogeneity. It'll tell us a lot about whether there's areas where there's been more migration than depicted here. And so we're looking forward to that next step of working with board staff on that. Okay, so next I'd like to introduce our next speaker. It's Ken Schmidt, and he's going to be looking at a specific area in what I've been talking about. I've been talking about the regional picture, things like that. Ken is going to be looking specifically at the northwestern portion of the Clean Harbors facility, where the source of water that's affecting that, the data does indicate that it is from those adjacent fields. So just as a, yes.
Very good. And as Dr. Schmidt gets himself situated, we're going to take about a 2-minute break so we can take care of some actual housekeeping. So, Kenny, you want to get up and get ready? We'll be ready for you. Couple minutes, yeah. We're back in session. Thank you very much. When staff tells me that we're going to have a 3-hour session, we have to put breaks in. Very good. Go ahead, Ken.
I'm going to be discussing both the north part of the Clean Harbors facility, but also I wanted to mention briefly some of the history on the Starr Farms. Fred Starr himself passed away about a month ago. You may or may not know that, but he was quite an amazing individual. We were retained by Fred Starr in the early 2000s, sometime before 2003, a couple of years before, because he was having some issues with wastewater or produced water from some ponds that were north of the McKittrick facility. Can we have the first slide? Oh, I'm sorry, it is. The ponds are shown on the far northwest part of this. It says Era South Ponds. They were the southernmost ponds of Era. And he was having issues several miles north of here with a larger pond area when we started working on this. So we worked with him putting in monitor wells and other things. In 2003, Fred Starr had constructed the first 2 wells down here, and the reason for it was cutbacks in his aqueduct water that he was getting from the Bell Ridge Water District. So he was irrigating his crops here with water from the aqueduct for a number of years. In 2003, they started getting cut back, and he needed additional water to keep irrigating the crops. So he installed these 2 wells. They were used to irrigate the lands that are south of both wells. The water well 2, the easterly one, is a half a mile north of the northwest corner of Clean Harbors, and they were used to irrigate the land south of those wells, and also the land that is to the east would be due north of the Clean Harbors facility. We can go to the next slide. Now we're going to look at a closer slide because it's rather interesting what's around some of the monitor wells to the northwest. And a key monitor well has been monitor well 148I because it has shown some influence of produced water. And so within 100 feet or so to the east of these wells is a runoff pond I'll talk about in a few minutes. And then north, of course, is the Fred Starr property. Fred Starr wasn't called pistachio growers ever. He was called Fred Starr cotton growers. And they still are called, as far as I know, Fred Starr cotton growers. But they're growing mostly pistachios in this area. But for decades, they grew cotton out in this area. The next slide, please. This is just showing some of the water quality and how it changed in water well 1. One of the things we look at are these comparison of chloride and sulfate, and in very general, if the sulfate's much higher than the chloride, this is tend to be a background or a natural water out here. And if the chloride is higher, such as in this 2008, this would be a sign of the produced water. So we interpreted this as inflow from the west, from the South Era ponds that caused these changes. So in 2003, they began irrigating with this water. As far as I know, the way this was done is when the aqueduct, if you were in a year when the aqueduct water was very low or almost non-existent, they would use the wells a lot. If they had plenty of aqueduct water, probably in recent years like 2017, they probably wouldn't use the wells hardly at all. The next slide you've seen before. Well, excuse me, you haven't seen it before. This shows one other thing we wanted to point out is that on this slide there are some other ponds as of 2006 that appear in the northeast part of the Clean Harbor facility. I haven't done any work with a history of those at all. Next slide. This is one you've seen before, but it's very important because it shows saturation in what we call the upper zone, that there hasn't been any to the southwest, that it is to the northeast. And one of the trends in the big picture, if we go miles away from here, is that as you go to the northeast, which is the upper right-hand corner, the groundwater gets shallower and shallower. So if we go past the aqueduct and over to what we call the Kern River flood channel, we get in the Buena Vista Water District. We have groundwater about 5 or 10 feet deep, and they have tiled drains in some of that area south of Laredo Highway. There's an overall regional trend of getting shallower water to the northeast, which this kind of agrees with. And I do want to go back to this cross-section, because some of you were asking about what evidence was there about water being in this upper zone for the McKittrick wells. And there was another source of evidence. Mr. Waldron, who couldn't be here today, I spent a considerable amount of time talking to him about a topic called perched water, because when we have perched water, we understand you're supposed to have an air gap underneath it. It's very important because if water was perched up here and you were pumping wells, it wouldn't affect this perched water. So perched water isn't just shallow water, but it's a vado zone or an unsaturated zone underneath it. And I grilled Mr. Waldron extensively on this because I wanted to understand when they said perched water, are you just using this as a generality term, or what evidence do you have here? But the sonic logs are a very strong tool. So before they ever put the casing in the well, when they did the hole and they did the geophysical things, one of the logs was a sonic log, or we also call it a velocity log. These show where the deposits are saturated or not. They didn't show any saturation in this upper zone. So we don't really find saturation necessarily until you get down to the northeast. What coincides with where this water has been found is all the ones above to the north of it are immediately south of the Star Farms irrigated lands. And as we go down along the east, we're getting near where there were a number of other ponds historically at the Clean Harbors facility. The next slide. Now we've talked a little bit about the monitor well 148I and the trends in it. One of the most interesting things is not just what happened recently where things increase, but what happened historically when, in particular for TDS, which is a black circle, and also for boron, which is a green circle, there were declining trends. And it's kind of interesting to think, well, what caused this thing to go down? What sources of water around here could cause this to go down? One source, storm runoff from the pond right next to these monitor wells. That would be a fairly likely source. So my opinion is that it's true that they use drip irrigation on the trees. I think Mr. Starr wanted me to see some of this drip system being installed. It was from Korea. It was this flat tape material. So I was out there when they were putting in some of the drip system for the trees, sometime between 2000 and 2003 probably. But they do irrigate with drip. There's still about 15% of the water probably can percolate when we use drip irrigation. So it's not really true that there's no deep percolation when you have drip irrigation. The main thing drip irrigation does is it concentrates the salts. So the higher irrigation efficiency you have, all the salts stay in the water. They don't go up in the air. Higher irrigation efficiency, the salts get concentrated and concentrated. So given they were mixing the well water when they were irrigating with aqueduct water, but then it's being concentrated a lot by drip irrigation. And it's my interpretation that this causes these substantial increases we see in the last 3 or 4 years. And that it's understandable then what happened at Clean Harbors by looking at at both the storm runoff pond and the irrigation influence. We want to talk briefly about trilinear diagrams. You've seen some of these before, and we concentrate on the anion portion because of a real simple fact is anions aren't affected by cation exchange. And when a high salinity water is percolated and goes through the vado zone, things like calcium and sodium will get exchanged, and it changes what these diagrams show us. So we like to look at the anions where that process is not involved in it. Water is on the east side of the valley, like 90-100% bicarbonate. They would plot over in the far southwest corner of this anion diagram. But we're on the west side of the valley. not bicarbonate waters. They're either sulfate or chloride. And we do have parts of the west side of the valley, including in this area, because we looked at it extensively as part of the ERA project. There is sources of high chloride water in the west side deposits that are natural in some areas. In this particular area at Clean Harbors, sulfate is the predominant thing. So if we were right at the top of this triangle, that would be 100% sulfate water. And some of these wells are plotting at about 80%. These would be background high sulfate waters in this area. Put a mark down in the lower right-hand corner. This would be produced water. And this would be it'd be a 95% chloride type groundwater. And then a number of wells are influenced. They're a mixture. So any well that plots along this line between there is interpreted to be a mixture between the two end members. One end member, the 95% chloride, the other end member, the 80% sulfate. And we can virtually figure what percent of the water coming out of a well is from what source. And certainly we agree the MW148I shows produced water, but my interpretation is it's not from the McKittrick facility. It's from the irrigation with the wells 1 and 2 at Star Farms. Lastly, just to clarify one terminology, I'm kind of a specialist, to be blunt with you, not much of a generalist, but I've been using this word called regional aquifer. It's been used, and I would like to argue very strongly that if we look at this last diagram, you see the aqueduct. If we go over further where the irrigated lands is, this would be on the northeast of the current flood channel, Buena Vista Water District, 2 aquifers. So when we get into the real, what I would call real San Joaquin Valley, part of the groundwater system, there's not a regional aquifer. There's 2 regional aquifers, an upper one and a lower one. They're separated by the Corcoran clay, or the equivalent of the Corcoran clay. And what is the difference? Well, these TDSs that are shown on here are a mixture of 2 aquifers. If we look at the ones to the east, 2560, 2396, to the north 2150, these would be the upper aquifer, what we would expect. And numbers like 405 or 973 would be in the lower aquifer. And lastly, so they were not really using the water in the upper aquifer in this area for irrigation in Buena Vista Water District. If you go south in Buena Vista District and approach the Kern River, then there's good water in the upper aquifer and they tap it. But up this far north, they did not tap it much. It's why there's shallow water, why the water's 5 or 10 feet deep. They weren't pumping anything out of the upper aquifer, so the water just from recharge from irrigation just built it up and became shallow. So 2 aquifers, the upper aquifer not really being used for irrigation. As far as domestic use or public supply, only 1 well we know of in this whole area, and it's very difficult to construct a public supply well. One of the most highest constraints is what Professor Longley mentioned, that there's a big arsenic problems, and they are very high in the west part of like semi-tropic, and east of here high arsenic concentration. The semi-tropic is actually treating arsenic to put their banked water back into the aqueduct, have to treat for arsenic. But the one place where we think they did drill public supply wells is ERA, near the place called Spicer City, east of the Kern River Channel, Laredo Highway. And they went all the way over there to find water that was like a public supply well that was for use way, way miles to the west of there. So that's just some history I'm imparting to you, and that's my presentation.
Do you have any further presentation? Yes. Any questions for Dr. Schmidt?
Yeah, could you flip back to slide 28 or 27? 27, I guess. The graphs. Has our staff seen those graphs?
I think that's actually staff's hyper diagram that shows how it changes.
Could you come to the
We gotta come to the
microphone,
mic.
please, so we get it recorded?
I guess what I'm asking for, is it appropriate to ask for our staff to discuss those graphs right now?
Yeah, this is our graph with the wastewater added. So
Yeah.
we're well aware of this. We can discuss this, later in the presentation. Or
Yeah,
right
this
now if
is,
you want.
this is our graph. All they did was add the wastewater. We added the dates and how it changed over time. The anion chart is the one that I showed in my presentation, and I can provide additional information about that when the time is right.
Okay, thank you.
I assume no further questions from members of the board? No, go ahead, please.
Good morning. It's still morning. I wasn't sure. I hadn't looked at my clock for a while. Melissa Thorne from Downey Brand representing Valley Water. So we're moving into some of the more esoteric issues, not technical, but more legal issues. And we discussed this topic last year when we came before you in Fresno, and we had a similar conversation. We had just gotten the monitoring and reporting program adopted for Valley Water, which was the first order from this board since the permit in 1969, besides the 13267 order that went to everybody looking for what their ponds quality were. So we've diligently been working on all of the things that were required under the monitoring and reporting program, and we had brought up this issue last year about the beneficial use designations. And as you heard today, staff agrees that underneath McKittrick and around that area is not municipal drinking water and shouldn't have been designated. But the basin plan wrongly presumes that a use exists in that area, and the basin plan also presumes that you have to do a basin plan amendment to undo that. But we believe that it was designated incorrectly in the first place. It's not moving. There we go. So I also showed this slide last year, which is Resolution 89098, which incorporated similar language to what State Board Resolution 8863 had in the sources of drinking water policy, which was adopted pursuant to Prop 65, and we talked about all that last year. So board staff is focusing only on the first criteria here, which is the total dissolved solids above 3,000 milligrams per liter, or 5,000, above 5,000 for EC, and is not reasonably expected to supply a public water system. So as was discussed here, there is no public water supply well anywhere near these facilities. But there are other criteria. One is the contamination, which is either by natural process or by human activity unrelated to a specific pollution incident that cannot reasonably be treated for domestic use and or other achievable treatment practices, or that doesn't supply more than 200 gallons per day. So we had asked last year, since this area underneath had met the exception criteria, that this be de-designated, but we haven't seen any action on that. And I remind the board that in the matter of Vacaville, which also was this board, and some of you all were there during the Vacaville hearings, but the state board told the Central Valley Regional Board that where a use doesn't exist and isn't likely to be feasibly attainable, that the Central Valley Water Board should avoid enforcing permit limits to protect that use until you can either amend the basin plan to de-designate it or determine that it can't be de-designated. So the premise for this cease and desist order is that uses are being threatened, and that causes much more strict regulation, particularly if these uses don't exist. And the premise that the MUN use exists underneath this facility has subjected Valley Water to Prop 65 litigation, not just once, but now twice. And that is a problem because this is not a source of drinking water, and Prop 65 discharge prohibitions are supposed to protect actual sources of drinking water, not probable, not potential, but existing sources of drinking water. And the water underneath the McKittrick facility is only there because of that facility. And other regions do a much more narrow designation of groundwater than this region does. In other regions, they designate them as existing, potential, intermittent. You know, there's a specific way that they're designated, and this basin plan did not do that. And so I show you an example. This is from the Los Angeles region for their groundwater, and it shows that there's E's and P's in their basin plans. So they went out and looked at specific water bodies and said, nope, this is maybe potential, or it's not there at all, or it is an existing water supply. In our basin plan that's regulates this facility, the Tulare Lake Basin Plan, you have dots. And the basin plan says it could be existing or potential, but there's no way to know that from the basin plan. And I bring up the fact that there's these footnotes on the DAUs, and I cannot for the life of me find where those footnotes are in the basin plan. So I don't know what they say. And we're in 259 is the DAU for this facility. It has a footnote on it, but I don't know what it says. So this inaccurate use presumption also fails to recognize that the basin plan says that although existing beneficial uses generally apply within the designated analysis unit or DAU, because these DAUs are so large that the listed uses may not exist throughout the DAU. And I think that's the situation that we have here, is it doesn't exist in this area. And we think that the regional board staff has the burden of proving that these are existing beneficial uses. And to me, that means that the water can be safely used for that purpose without needing to be blended. So the proposed CDO has several.
Well, can I jump in?
Yes.
So in the previous slide, if I can find it, whoops, wouldn't, and I understand this isn't a court of law, but wouldn't it be sort of a per se conclusion that if it's listed as a municipal use, then the burden of proof is met because it is designated? I understand that there's an argument that it's wrongly presented there, but I
So-
mean, the existing floor is that it is.
It is designated, but the basin plan says it could be existing or potential, so it doesn't differentiate between whether it is or is not. So that's why I'm showing you what they do in other regions.
I
And
understand.
so it's imprecise, both horizontally and vertically. So you have these different layers. Some of them may be MUN and some may not. As we talked about, some of the higher ones tend to be worse water quality. But in the basin plan, you're just designating everything. And the problem with that is even zones where people are injecting arguably could be designated. And so that brings up, where are you going to put this water if everything's designated as MUN?
So
And
I understand that discussion, but here where you say that the burden of proof is on staff, that it is a municipally designated beneficial use, that's met, right? Because it's currently designated that way.
It's designated, but it doesn't say whether it's existing or potential. So there is litigation that, or a case down in San Diego, the Kinder Morgan case, which was actually a Prop 65 case in federal court, which is strange. But anyway, the judge said that this differentiation between existing and potential is huge, and only existing needs this protection. So we need that specificity, because we're going to be defending a Prop 65 lawsuit on this facility. And so it's highly important for us to be able to show this is not an existing MUN use. Nobody's using it.
I understand, thanks.
So just walking through some of the items that are in the cease and desist order. So right now, the tentative talks about by October 1st, we have to complete and submit this technical report. So we thought last year when you all, when we talked, that we would have these wells in. And as Jason told you, there's been all kinds of problems. And when people know that you want to put wells in, you have no leverage against them, and they can use that to try to extract things from you. It would be really helpful if the water board could give them a 13267 order and say, we need to monitor underneath your property and you need to be helpful with that. So we can't really get that technical report done by October 1st because we won't have all the wells in by then. The water quality protection report, identifying the constituents of concern, we know what they are. We don't need to do a report. We already know what all the constituents that we're concerned about are. And to identify and sample water supply wells within 2.5 miles of the facility. Number one, I don't know whether that means all wells, but really the best samples are going to be from the wells that we put in. That's what we really need, is that information and not this other information. It also requires by January of 2020 to turn in a report of waste discharge. We filed in our exhibits in April. We turned in a Form 200 and a permit application. We can't give you all the data to support that until we have the rest of the data. And the closure plan, remediation plan, to our mind that that's what CV Salts is about, is to deal with historic issues, legacy issues. And then right now, it says that on 2020, July 1st, which is 13 months away, that Valley Water is prohibited from discharging unless they're in compliance with the WDR. We have no control over whether this board adopts a WDR. So if the board doesn't adopt one, we have to stop discharging July 1st, 2020. You told staff a year ago to get us a permit, and they haven't done that. So we have no confidence that we can get a permit by this. So we would have to be on a path to shut down. And as you heard from Sentinel Peak, that can't happen that quickly.
So what were the
Yes.
issues with the WDR? Like, why wasn't that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, we
That
were
would be a
told
question
that
of
we
staff.
couldn't, I drafted a permit. I took the general orders and dairy permits and a bunch of other permits that I looked at from the Central Valley that have been adopted and put together a permit that has a time schedule to get all this data done, to do everything that we need to do if we're gonna close, like a pathway for that, and turn that in. And, we asked, why can't we do that instead of the CDO? And we were told that it was because we have to do CEQA on it. I'm not sure that's true. I think there are exceptions that we could use, that we wouldn't have to go through CEQA, or we can use the Kern County EIR that they did for oil field facilities. But we had hoped we'd have a permit by now, when you guys told them a year ago to adopt a permit. And so my last slide
What-
is.
Hold on.
Wait a
So,
sec.
hold on. So,
Yeah,
but it's not like that you turned it in and it got lost. It was just a disagreement about whether or not CEQA was applicable. You don't think that it should be, or that you can use an existing one. They had a different opinion, so.
But that
it
was just
hasn't been-
recently. We only just learned this just within the last
Wait,
month and a
whose
half.
desk is this sitting on?
Okay.
All right, I can discuss the permit. The permit has other deficiencies and non-compliance with the basin plan. We have to work through those issues, and essentially the cease and desist order is the vehicle to work through those issues. But we've got the permit loaded up. We can discuss terms in that permit and explain to you why it doesn't fit what we need to see, and frankly why the cease and desist order is a vehicle to get what we need to get this thing permitted appropriately.
I guess the question is about engagement. So was it sitting on somebody's desk for 8 months and nobody?
Just came in.
All right.
So we kind of feel like the staff is implementing the tentative resolution and not the final one that you adopted last year, because on the right-hand side is the tentative, which says adopt an order that could include a cease and desist order, time schedule order, and could include ceasing discharge. The one on the left-hand side is what you actually adopted, which says regulate them under General Order 2, 3, or an individual permit, and compliance should be using things that have been developed through the CV Salts initiative. So we feel like staff is over here on this right-hand side, and we've been on the left-hand side, and we didn't think we were going to be dealing with a cease and desist order. We thought we were going to be sitting in a room and negotiating a permit, and we still would like to do that. And I think now we've put something on the table for discussion. We think that's the best way. Jason's going to be running to keep getting those wells in there. A cease and desist order isn't going to make that go any faster. It just gives you a bigger hammer. You've already got a hammer under the 13267 order. So that is our presentation, and we would just ask that you adopt a new WDR consistent with the resolution that you adopted in April of last year, telling staff to do that, and not a cease and desist order. And if you have any questions.
I have a question. So if there isn't an agreement, or if there's this prolonged negotiation on WDRs, then should the board just leave this open-ended until everybody can kind of agree?
Well, that was the point of showing the model run, to 2050, that this isn't moving that fast that it's like an emergency. We have to do a cease and desist order right now. As Dr. Longley knows, we have been sitting at CV Salts for 4 years. The Valley Water has invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in the fees for CV Salts, and they've frankly spent a lot of money on me being at those meetings and helping. CV Salts pays Tess Dunham to be at those meetings, and Valley Water pays me, and I help with a lot of it, and I'm sure Dr. Longley can attest to the fact that I help a lot with that and trying to move things along and testifying in favor of it. And I will be at the state board when this comes up, and we'll be moving this along and trying to get CV salts, because I think that's the right way to work on this. And I think you want the oil industry at the table for the P&O study and paying for the P&O study. And my hope is that we can get a big desalter in the west side of Kern County, and we can use that for produced water and ag runoff and all these other industries that need it. And that will solve a problem and create a new water source. But if you put all this produced water underground and out of that doesn't create a new water source, and that doesn't help. So that, I hope I answered your question.
No, you did. And, but, yeah, no, I understand that you and your clients are in a difficult position, and, I don't, at least this board member doesn't sit here accusing you of being bad actors. I think that there are situations that are beyond your control, sometimes because of private property owners, sometimes, because, there's disagreement as to what should happen. But, as we sit here, we have a charge to the public, and the public thinks that yesterday is too late.
I understand.
So, we're in a position where we have to take those things into consideration too. So, I want to treat you fairly. I want you to know kind of, sort of the things that we need to balance when we're up here. So, again, as this board member, I'm not seeing bad actor, maybe slow acting, but maybe not purposefully, but certainly not bad actors.
Any further discussion? Questions I should ask?
Well, I'd be a lot more impressed if I'd see a picture of a well drilling rig out in the field.
We were trying, believe me, I was yelling at them a lot to get that stuff out there. I wanted to be able to bring that to you at this hearing, and unfortunately, we can't make the landowners next door sign on the dotted line. I do have one cross-examination question for Mr. Rogers, if you would indulge that.
Well, do you have any further testimony?
No.
I have a card from Stuart Childs representing Valley Water.
That was, I believe, only if necessary. He's one of our experts, so.
Okay. Yes.
So, Mr. Rogers had slide 10, which I don't know whether we can pull that up again, but, okay, then I'll ask the question so people can see it.
Let's get you out of. Okay, let's go. I want to go file open. Let's see if we can find it. Where's yours? I think that's it right there. Okay, I'll let you, I'll go to the slideshow. And let you go where you need to go.
So this is slide 10. So the question I had, just for clarity, that this is a depositional model, and it's not, it's just a generalized model and not of the actual McKittrick facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It is a published depositional model for an alluvial fan, meandering stream type sediments that are prevalent on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley.
Okay. I just didn't want people to think that this was an actual model of that facility. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I put conceptual on it.
Okay. That concludes our presentation.
It
Thank you.
actually says in the vicinity of the Grand Canyon region below, if you look.
I was like, wow, how big is that clay layer all the way?
Very good. At this time then, I have one additional card. I have a card for Holland Kretzmann. We're entering the interested persons session of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with Josh Mahoney, who said the interested persons would get the 10-minute allotment.
Yeah, he should have 10 minutes.
So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Holland Kretzman. I've taken the oath today. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity and our 40,000 members, including many who live and work and recreate in the Central Valley. We appreciate the efforts of the staff to put together such a comprehensive and exhaustive amount of evidence showing the Valley Water's discharges have resulted in groundwater degradation in the area. The staff's attention to detail and solid findings should be highly commended. I'm also encouraged by the staff's tentative cease and desist order, which is a step in the right direction. And for the first time, we're seeing that there's a deadline for halting discharges that violate the basin plan and the state's anti-degradation policy. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't also express the frustrations of our organization in the board's approach to this dangerous situation. We've known for quite some time now that there's been evidence of groundwater degradation stemming from these discharges. And it was in February of 2018 that the staff here found evidence that these discharges had migrated to multiple groundwater sources, had migrated at least 2.2 miles away and perhaps further. We urged the board back then to stop the discharges immediately to prevent further damage to the groundwater. And in those staff reports, they found, quote, that several lines of evidence support the conclusion that produced wastewater from Valley Water McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility ponds has migrated and continues to migrate down structure through the previously unsaturated sediments of the upper Tulare and has also impacted groundwater quality in the regional aquifer in the deeper Tulare. Mr. Rogers presented at that April 5th hearing last year and said that it's very clear that it's oil field produced water based on its chemical signature. And so last year, as we do again today, we're urging the board to take more immediate action to prevent further groundwater degradation. Just since the last year's April board hearing where we had this facility discussed, according to their daily averages of 2.8 million gallons per day. Between then and now, we'd be up to 1.2 billion gallons of discharge just in that time period. So I think the time to act is long past due, and certainly I think the board would be well supported in enforcing an immediate cease and discharge order. And I don't think that what we're asking for today is particularly drastic or radical. I listened to the hearing yesterday where I think the board was sort of comforted by Mr. Rogers' comments that for the Hathaway project, if we saw any red flags, then we would act immediately concerning the food safety. Well, here, you know, the staff has presented you with multiple giant red flags, maybe the kind that you stretch over the entire football field. And so I do urge you to take immediate action. A couple other considerations that I didn't hear mentioned today. One is that we sincerely appreciate the board's attention to matters of climate change and trying to incorporate those considerations into every decision that we make. And as we know from the science, climate change is going to make California droughts in the future more frequent, more severe, and last longer. And in those droughts, as you know, groundwater becomes even more critical to this area. And so when we're talking about protecting groundwater resources, both ones that are used currently and could potentially be used for beneficial uses in the future, I think it's important to keep that in mind. The second item that hasn't been discussed here today is I think this discharge issue raises environmental justice concerns. I don't pretend to speak on behalf of the people of Buttonwillow and surrounding communities, but I will note that under the Cal EnviroScreen database, Buttonwillow and the surrounding area is in the 85th percentile for communities that have borne the burden of pollution historically. And so I'd like the board to consider that in making its decision today. I'd like to conclude with something that Vice Chair Ramirez, you brought up at last April's hearing, and I think was very eloquently put, recognizing that there are the private and pecuniary interests of these businesses. You stated that it's our charge to the best extent that we can preserve the quality of water, not only for Californians today, but certainly generations forward, whether it's 6 generations or 10 generations. And you added that, this body answers to the people of California. And I don't think I can sum it up any better than that. So in conclusion, you have an opportunity here today to show the people of California that you take groundwater protection seriously. Do we need more data? Could we benefit from more data to determine the extent of the pollution, how we potentially could remediate the situation? Yes, that would be very helpful, but that's compatible with making sure that the discharges stop and the situation doesn't get any worse going forward. Yes, so I think with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Kritzman?
I'll ask a quick question. The blunt-nosed lizard?
Leopard
Leopard
lizard.
lizard. yes.
Is it kind of an issue for siting of the wells? I mean, are you comfortable with pretty aggressive siting of the wells to really know what the situation is with the groundwater? I mean, how's that balance work in your world?
Yes, that is a tough question. As was mentioned before, that particular species is highly imperiled and is a fully protected species under California law, which means it gets the highest level of protections. So we have to consider that protection of that species as we're trying to gather more data. And if it ends up that we have to make certain compromises, putting wells in other locations in order to get the best data that we can, we need to make our decisions based on that. I think we have enough data as it stands to make your decision today. Adding those 9 wells will help. I think I'm not a gambling man, but I can foresee that even after the 9 wells, even after we have more data, you might come back here a year or 2 years later and still see experts from Valley Water disputing data points and saying that there's still some uncertainty left. And I think it's telling that they'll spare no expense to hire experts and lawyers, but when it comes to haggling with private landowners to put in these wells, all of a sudden there's a cost issue there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
We're ready now for a closing statement by Valley Water Management Company.
Thank you again. Still morning. We're doing pretty good.
It only feels long.
I know. Melissa Thorm. So you know that the representative from Sentinel Peak came today and talked to you. We were unaware of that, what he was going to say. We did talk to him, and he is supportive of what we're asking for in the way of the permit. But his testimony was more to the point of, if you're going to move forward with the cease and desist order pathway, that, they wanted additional time. As we put in our documents, any path that we go down besides using these ponds is going to take time. To move it to a different facility is going to take pipeline CEQA analysis, and we're going to have the same MUN issues, any place that we go. Similar issues for all the analysis that has to go, and the approvals that have to happen with Dogger and everything for underground injection. So we need that to be recognized, either pathway. Permitting, even if we're on a permit that has a time schedule towards ceasing discharge. So we just think that the permit, instead of being an enforcement order, we just don't think this is a bad actor situation, that we need that big of a hammer with a cease and desist order, that we are willing to come to the table and quickly adopt a permit. In fact, if we could get it done this year, I would love that would happen, and we would commit resources to make that happen, to get it done. And then you'll have a time schedule in an enforceable order to deal with all of these issues, including CV salts. And, we could have a reopener in there to, when we get express approval for some of the things like exceptions and things like that, then we could import that into the permit. But that is really where we think we should be putting our energy, both on getting these wells in, getting the data, interpreting the data along with staff, and then putting together a permit that makes sense, dealing with that. And we can put the permit ahead of getting all that data and have rechecks in there to deal with that as the data comes in. But that would be our request. Thank you.
Questions?
Can I ask like a general question of the Valley people? My question is about jobs. We heard the earlier testimony about tax dollars. I want to hear a little bit about jobs affected if you shut down.
Well, I guess I would just reiterate the gentleman's comments from Sentinel Peak. There's a lot of...
Just for the record, identify yourself.
Oh, sorry about that. Jason Metters with Valley Water.
Thank you.
So there are multiple people out there employed within the oil industry in western Kern County that depend on jobs, in this industry. And he spoke to the jobs that are within his organization that would be impacted directly. Obviously, there's jobs that are also kind of outside of that would be impacted as well. Valley Water has 12 people that work for us, so we're not a huge company. We're, lean and mean, I guess. And then there are several other members within the area out there as well that would be impacted. And I don't know to the extent, I don't know dollars, but there is a huge impact to that area if this facility gets shut down. And it would be very valuable to have an extended time period to kind of get the data, figure out where we are, and figure out what the right option would be. And again, I would just commit to you that we're committed to getting these wells in. I mean, I've been here 8 months. Like I said, we are pushing to get these wells in. We are not sitting on our hands. We're moving as quickly as possible. And we're interested in keeping our members, in business so that there's jobs out there for Kern County and the state.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Dan, I have kind of maybe not a personal connection, but from my county, from Merced, there's been lots of people who, maybe have felonies or other serious things in their background that would really kind of eliminate their ability to provide for their family with a good paying job. And a lot of these oil jobs do provide that. I mean, they're hard jobs, a lot of hours, hard labor, but for someone who's willing to put in the work, they're able to earn a pretty good living and support their family. So I know that plus restaurants, plus workwear, plus, shoe stores and families and grocery stores, it's a big impact, a big financial impact. So, I've always been sensitive to that and appreciate that. And I do balance that when we make decisions up here. And I think that because of those considerations, I don't move maybe further towards a position like the CBD, because really, that is, maybe they're not red flags the size of a football field, but they are significant things that this board cares about. But we do have a charge to take care of that and to do it in a balanced way. So, that's just sort of personal commentary. There's important issues on both sides.
Thank you. Any further comment? Seeing none, we're ready for closing statement by staff.
Yeah, and I'll deliver the closing statement. This is Patrick Palupa, Executive Officer. And I don't want to get too heavy into the details here. I just want to kind of tell the board why we chose to bring a cease and desist order forward in front of you. I think it is consistent with the resolution and what the path is forward for this facility. I think first of all, and I say this with very many of the items that come before the board, that our main charge is to protect beneficial uses as are designated in the basin plan by issuing permits that are adequately protective. In this case, we do have drinking water designated as in the basin plan as one of the beneficial uses. We have agricultural supply designated as one of the beneficial uses. I know there are legal disputes about how those basin plans got written and how they are being implemented. I will assure you, and I think the explanation is detailed in our response to comments, that it is legally defensible, the position that we've taken, and we are consistent in taking the position that there are beneficial uses designated in this area: municipal supply and agricultural supply. I think if it was simply a question of whether Valley Water was impacting the water beneath their facility, or whether it was impacting downgradient groundwater, if they were just impacting the water beneath their facility, we wouldn't really be here today. Perhaps we wouldn't even be revisiting the 1969 waste discharge requirements. But I think it's our board's staff's position that there's been a lot of data collected, even though there are data gaps that indicate that there are downgradient impacts to higher quality water caused by the operation of the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility. That's why we're proposing to change course and to get a new set of waste discharge requirements out there, or to have the facility shut down if they can't protect downgradient beneficial uses. So what we're doing here today, and I think the cease and desist order sets us on a path to get a permit out there, to get the additional data. I think one thing that I've asked Clay and his staff a number of times to make sure that the lines of evidence that we've put together are absolutely rock solid, as much as they can be, and that we entertain every single argument from the discharger. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does this argument make sense? And I think the bottom line is there's a lot of assumptions that go into some of the arguments made by the dischargers. I think that's one of the reasons why we chose not to go with a prosecutorial action here, and instead to go with something that looks like, let's try and get this under a permit. Let's give them time to prove out the controversies that they believe exist out there. And I have to be honest with you. I think from talking with Clay, and even from talking with Jason and talking with Dr. Torme, I think it is a bit, in my opinion, of pulling a rabbit out of a hat if they're going to show that their dischargers are not impacting downgradient groundwater. But I want to still give them that chance. The wells can go in, they can do that investigation, and we can take that data and process it appropriately. I think we've never been asked, just for what it's worth, to issue a 13267 to landowners. I think in terms of how we've been approaching this issue, Clay and his staff have been brokering the discussions between Valley Water and, say, Clean Harbors and other folks in the area to try and get that information. We have just as much of an incentive to get the right information as Valley Water does. Perhaps not a financial incentive, but we have to do our job. They have to do their job. So we need good data to make sure that we make good decisions. And again, I think the cease and desist order really is what can bridge that gap. I do think it's consistent with what we are, what the board resolved last April. I certainly hoped that we would be here talking about a waste discharge requirement permit, but that hasn't happened because the data hasn't been collected. We had a set of waste discharge requirements proposed by the discharge. I will say the groundwater limitation that was provided in the waste discharge requirement says the discharge of produced water shall not cause down gradient usable groundwater to contain constituents and concentrations that adversely affect the existing beneficial uses. Now, I would tinker with that a little bit. I think usable isn't something we generally put in those findings. It's not a basin plan term, really. Existing beneficial uses, again, our basin plan doesn't draw a distinction. But again, that's on the fringe. That's kind of pretty consistent with what we do. The problem lies in the fact that the groundwater limitation has a big footnote. And the footnote basically says there's 3 conditions that make this groundwater limitation not apply. That includes that it will not go into effect as long as Valley Water pays into CV salts. That's fine. That's consistent with the board's regulatory approach. That they not expand the discharge, and that the discharges can continue without, as long as there's not substantial adverse downgradient impacts that were unexpected. I think what we've put together here today is that we're seeing downgradient impacts, and the discharge as it is occurring right now is causing those impacts. So essentially what you're looking at is a business as usual waste discharge requirements that came to the board, and frankly, that's unacceptable. In addition to the CEQA comments, we have to figure out a way to better square up what's happening at the facility with the appropriate downgradient water quality protections. And in terms of getting there, going from here to there, I think Sentinel Peak Resources, they're kind of a major player here. I think when you're talking about jobs, Sentinel Peak Resources is probably where a lot of those jobs are tied up in the oil field operations that they oversee. That's kind of out in the South Bell Ridge and Cimareck oil fields. Frankly, I think there can be a way to accommodate their interests in the proposed cease and desist order. I think asking for 3 years might be a bit much. As you heard from them this morning, they're looking at their Plan B. Their Plan B apparently is shifting to underground injection, putting that water for better or for worse, and that water's going back to where it came from. It's actually being injected a bit higher than where it came from, but back into a poor quality aquifer. And frankly, that's where the board would like that produced water to go. Poor quality water should be kept in areas of the aquifer that are naturally of poor quality. As I mentioned, it takes a long time to get those permits through the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources. And it takes a long time to get those projects approved with working with State Board. I would suggest that the board consider, and again, it's entirely within your discretion, adding an additional year to the compliance schedule in the cease and desist order. But that year be conditional based on Sentinel Peak Resources getting a full and complete project application into the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources so that an injection project could be fully underway. I think that timeline would be pretty tough, but I think that timeline is as short as practicable. And in the interim, I think Valley Water can work and see whether it can come together, and perhaps they do produce the data that shows that they're not impacting downgradient water. Again, our staff are absolutely open to discuss all possibilities. I've had that discussion with Clay and his staff a number of times. Any argument that comes into across your desk that is supported by data, we'll consider it. We're not wed to any particular course of action out here. If Valley Water can show that they're not impacting downgradient beneficial uses, then their discharge can be allowed to continue. But if they are, and I think that's what the data indicate right now, then they have to figure out what their plan is to rectify their discharges. So with that, that's a closing statement. It's also the executive officer's recommendation that you adopt a permit and adopt the cease and desist order. And I lay it at your feet whether you want to give another year for Sentinel Peak Resources to work on an injection permit if that's the direction that they decide to go in.
Very good. Any questions by board members?
I have a sort of procedural question. Once a cease and desist order is issued, what is, I mean, what happens? Can, like, let's say that, you know, they were proceeding and then something terrible happened. Could we modify it? Could we rescind it? Could we extend it? Like, procedurally, what is it?
So we can, we absolutely can. Cease and desist orders have to come before the board. They're a little trickier in that respect. It's one of the reasons that we teed it up for cease and desist order consideration. We wanted to have a full vetting of this in front of the regional board. If there's an extension to the timelines in the cease and desist order, that has to come before the board too. You may recall the closest analogy is actually what happened at another one of Valley Water's facilities, and I don't want to draw too much of an analogy because that happened in a very, very different hydrogeologic area of Kern County, but they needed another year, and they demonstrated to the satisfaction of Clay and his staff that they were exercising all due diligence to rectify the problems at that other facility. I think they showed that they were good actors. They came in front of the board, said, "You gave us 2 years, we need another one," and the board reviewed the entire record and gave them another year. We certainly took our lumps for doing that. I think it was the right thing to do, and I think the water quality threat has largely been addressed at that other facility. But it's a long way of answering your question. The board can revisit the timelines in a cease and desist order.
I have a question. Patrick, you said that, well, my question is, with the one-year extension and the issue that the Valley Water has raised regarding the wells and working with the landowners and all that, what indication do we have that they will be able to address these issues within the year based on some of the issues we're dealing with the endangered species? They may have to go before the legislative process to make that happen. I've been through that, and that's not a 6-month to a year thing to take care of.
Yeah, I think, very often the board is called upon to make policy decisions and permitting decisions based on imperfect information. I think that's very often the case, particularly with respect to groundwater. I think the information that the board has provided to you today states a fairly compelling case that there's downgrading impacts, but there is still lingering questions raised by Valley Water as to whether the case made by Clay Rogers and his staff, that there are some data gaps. I think even Clay acknowledges that. I think where we are right now is we've been asking for that for 5 years, and the cease and desist order is a means of absolutely putting concrete ramifications for failing to figure this out. It's gone on too long, and to the extent that we find on our end that they have pursued this diligently, that there were unforeseen roadblocks, and it switches over to exactly the situation that Carmen was saying. We can extend the timelines. We can opt not to enforce provisions in the cease and desist order. Obviously, enforcement of a cease and desist order is a separate action that the board can take. So there's a number of different avenues that the board can pursue. I think the cleanest one usually is to modify the cease and desist order. But we wanted to put those concrete timelines in place and say, look, there are very real ramifications for not getting this information in. The endangered species issues are serious. I do commend Jason. He came in and had a hell of a lift. You come into this situation 8 months ago. These issues have been festering for many years, and Jason's willingness to take this on. He's called me personally and kind of expressed his commitment time and time again, and we've seen that in his engagement with board staff. I reluctantly put the cease and desist order before you. I anticipated that we'd have waste discharge requirements, but I think at this point we absolutely need to make sure that we have that enforceable timeline laid out in an enforceable order.
So what I'm hearing, I heard your recommendation, and you talked about possibly extending, at the board's discretion, extending that timeline 1 year with a reopener provision if necessary. Are we So when would we be expecting a permit to come in front of the board?
So again, I think we could, if we had a permit based on the information that we have right now, the permit would probably say you have to do something far more advanced than is economically feasible to make sure that your wastes are in compliance with water quality. I think that's what, in my opinion, and in Clay's opinion, and his staff's opinion, that's what the balance of the evidence states. Valley Water could most certainly develop information that could surprise us. That happens, and I think they're trying to do that type of groundwater monitoring and find that way forward that doesn't involve a whole scale redesign of what that facility does. And maybe it's out there. Maybe that information's out there. Maybe it's lying somewhere in that zone where there aren't any groundwater monitoring wells. Maybe that's the answer. But I think we need that information if we're going to adopt a set of waste discharge requirements. If, on the other hand, that data indicates that there are those significant downgrading impacts, I think we've got a pretty big problem on our hands. It'd be tough for us to adopt a permit in those circumstances that allows the discharges to continue as they are right now. It would really
Continue
require something
present
different.
operation, but if they had another approach to what to do with that water that was protective of groundwater and the environment, I presume that would have to be permitted also.
Absolutely. We
Right.
never specify the manner of compliance, but
Right.
man, oh man, the bookends on what we would be
Right.
legally required to do would be pretty tight in that circumstance.
Any further questions before I close?
For me, I think we ought to be sticking to the original timeline.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do, since we're getting into that discussion. I'll close the hearing. Discussion of the board members.
No, I can say it. I think we ought to stay with the original timeline. We can address it and change it maybe next year, but I want to see those wells in.
If I could follow on that, because I'm leaning towards adopting the CDO with a one-year extension. And you know, sometimes these items, we have items that come back to us on a somewhat regular basis. And they're problem areas, and we work on them, and everybody's goal is to get to compliance with water quality. And what I find encouraging here is you talked about, Patrick, is, you know, progress over the last 8 months in particular. And because of that, you know, I like sometimes we need a big lever, but sometimes when you get indications of forward progress, you can just let the pressure off a little bit while everybody really works on solving the problem. So that's why in this case I would make that exception and think about a one-year extension.
And to most directly answer Board Member Markham's, the wells are going to have to go in. Even under the one-year conditional extension that we're talking about, the conditional exception, and I've asked Jessica to work on mocking one up, and she can talk about it. But it's really to accommodate the interests and the jobs that are tied up in Sentinel Peak Resources operations. You know, they would like time if they've got a plan B to go to injection wells. That takes a big chunk of time. So if, you know, again, if they're pursuing that plan B, and I think here's a big and if the data that are in the wells that get installed shows that it's tough to continue operations as is at Valley Water, that's when that year would kick in.
Well, I'm seeing two issues, I guess. One, let's get the wells in. The second one is the time for the permit. I'd accept the one-year extension for getting the permit in, but, you know, it seems to open the door for just more delay on the wells.
I think you're confusing the permit that we're talking about. It's a UIC application that we're talking about. That's not issued by this board. It's a little different.
Maybe I can also help. The CDO has several deadlines in it. So you can modify, say, the final deadline. The language that I've drafted only allows for an extension of the final deadline for June or July 1st of 2020. that final deadline to be extended, but it doesn't affect any of those interim deadlines, including the deadline to get the wells and the technical data in.
So would we be extending that beyond 2020? That's the additional year that we're speaking of?
The language that I've drafted says that if SPR has submitted to the division a complete UIC permit applications for the projects described prior to,
Excuse me, where are you reading?
sorry, this is new language that you haven't seen.
Oh,
So
okay,
if the board
okay.
desires, I can provide this. I was waiting to see whether it was even necessary for the board,
Right,
but
right.
it is language that basically says that if there's a complete UIC application and they are making progress towards it, that the executive officer may extend that final deadline to the 1st of July of 2021.
And I would probably, in terms of these extensions of timelines, as much as we need the wells, have a tendency to extend that timeline also, just because I've been in the construction business and stuff always goes wrong, and deadlines are critically important because interest rates go up all the time. But, a little bit of grace there might be helpful also, a couple months or to the end of the year, or what's the current deadline for the wells?
So the current deadline says that by the 1st of October, they have to complete and submit a technical report with the hydrological investigation to fully characterize.
Yeah,
So
I'd
there's no
probably get
deadline
to
for
the-
them to actually submit, to put in the
Yeah,
wells, but
they
they have to
gotta-
have the technical data then.
Yeah, and I would probably give to the end of the year for that.
In fact, you could give them one more day to 1 Jan, put it under the third paragraph there.
So I think that would actually probably, you'd want to put back the subsequent date too, because then, you developed wells.
Okay,
and
yeah,
then
you would
developed
need
a
that.
report of waste discharge.
So that should go to March then.
Okay, so
Paragraph 3 should go to March. And then 4 is the date that we're talking about, final date.
And then I'd put the final date back a little bit too, because we have to have some time to adapt to that.
So that final date should go to when? September? Okay.
So I have another question regarding the extension. Should we make that decision? Where are we looking at progress along the way, that we have some particulars to see that things are moving as they should be?
Clay? Yeah. What type of monitoring?
Are we talking about benchmarks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Longley, we could include some milestones for, getting wells actually installed, which would occur at a different date than, when we actually have the data and have it evaluated, if we wanted to show some interim points that they were on track. A little bit of the issue I have, we could go with like approvals, but we have been told in the past that a well or two, was going to be installed at a certain time, and then we had another hiccup that prevented that from occurring.
Monthly status updates could also be one mechanism to get us in there. Frankly, I think they're practically providing that right now. Jason's nodding his head. I think he's talking with Clay's staff more than once a month. So that could be one means of tracking their progress.
I'm looking at the AEO and the concerns that he's raised, and I want to see some signs of progress if I, as a board member, is going to make a decision to extend anything.
Yeah.
That there is some progress along the way and some that we get some indication that they're in compliance.
So that sounds good to me. I mean, I think we could incorporate into the cease and desist order a requirement for monthly status updates. And then, number one, if we had to trigger that, conditional additional time, we'd have a big package of information of all the progress that they've been making over the time that the CDO is in effect.
So let me propose this. We have a closed session we have to do, it's lunchtime. But maybe it's not lunchtime for staff. If we would go into closed session and come back here 1:30 with a clean copy or a markup of what we will be voting upon, is that feasible?
Certainly.
Very good. Before we continue this till after lunch, is there any other changes, any concerns that need to be incorporated in the write-up that the new workup we're going to get on the cease and desist order?
I think you've covered the bases.
Good. So we'll continue this item until 1:30 or shortly thereafter. And at this point in time, the board will be going into closed session, and I think I need you to read about that, Ms. Yar? Yes. Council Yar?
And I have a question that you maybe can build on is I don't intend to talk about this during our closed session and while we're at lunch, and I'm just wondering if there's anything about the board should not be talking about this issue or not.
Oh, absolutely.
I would prefer that.
Yeah.
So we'll make
Yeah.
that clear. We will not be talking about this.
So I'll ask Jessica to double down on that, and when she articulates the reasons for
Right,
going to
right.
closed session, it's not to deliberate on this item.
Thank you. In closed session, the board will only be discussing matters involving personnel. So that is Government Code Section 11126 Subdivision A. They will not be discussing anything involving the CDO.
No other business that is in front of the board. And nothing else other than it's a better day outside than it was yesterday. Very good. We are moving on to the closed session. Board's back in session on agenda item 17. Yes.
So I have taken the board's recommendations, the drafted findings, and I've amended the draft CDO to incorporate that. So the first change that I made is inserted after finding 13, and it's a new finding just related to Sentinel Peak Resources application for the UIC. So it doesn't change anything, it just puts in more evidence about that. So on to the hereby language, which is directing what we're wanting Valley Water to do. And we've added a new finding 2. On the first of each month, commencing with 1 August 2019, Valley Water Management Company shall submit a written update to the executive officer detailing their progress towards completing the requirements of the cease and desist order. I have amended the first date from October to January, from January to March, and then July to September. And I've put in a new finding 6 that is if SPR has submitted to the division complete UIC permit applications for the project described in finding number 14 prior to 1 September 2020, demonstrates that the proposed UIC wells are intended to be used for the disposal of the produced wastewater currently being discharged at the facility, and demonstrates all due diligence to complete the projects and cease discharges to the facility, then the prohibition from discharging to the McKittrick 1 and 1-3 facility described in item 5 may be extended by the written approval of the executive officer to a date no later than 1 September 2021.
Comments? Questions? Yes.
So I didn't know that we were, that the extension was premised on the UIC application. I thought that we were extending it based on just sort of the efforts that were going forward. Because this is related to the comment by Sentinel.
Yeah,
right?
this is exactly to address Sentinel's concern. Sentinel was saying it takes a while to get the UIC permit up and running.
That's right.
And this would accommodate them if that's the direction that they chose to go in.
Because it has submitted.
Yep.
If they've submitted that.
So we're
And
not
it-
extending any time for Valley Water just because of Valley Water's commitment to progress. We're not doing it based on that.
Well, I think in terms of Valley Water, if they get the wells in, then we should be able to. We're building in, as per Bob Schneider asked, a few more, a little bit more leeway to get the wells in and get the permit application into us. So that would be a decision that would come back in front of the board.
But what's happening here also I see, and it doesn't have to be part of this, but what's happening, if those wells are in, if data's being received, then we're working on the, or I should say, staff's working on the waste discharge requirements. Am I correct?
Yeah.
It's someplace down here that they come in.
If it is a waste discharge requirements option and they don't meet the extended deadline that's put in elsewhere in this order, and we believe that they're proceeding with all due diligence, that they are on target to hit the deadline, but it's going to be a little later, or hit the endpoints, the water quality endpoints, but it's going to be a little later, then we'll tee this up for a revision to the cease and desist order.
Oh, I
in
understand.
front of you.
Got it.
So, that's it, right?
Yes, those are the changes.
So, what is your pleasure?
And was there move back to the other timelines by a couple months?
Yes, all the other timelines were moved back.
So now, hearing's closed. We already did that. And if there is no further discussion on this, do I have a motion?
I'll move the cease and desist order with late revisions.
I'll second it.
Bob's moved, Dan seconded. Any further discussion? Call the roll.
Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Kadara? Ms. Brower?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you.
All right, and I do want to voice my appreciation for all the work that Valley Water has put into this, and I will commit that we will continue to engage with them as we work to find solutions for this facility.
And I hope we don't have this same issue back.
I
Unless it's moving
sure.
in the right direction.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, we may well have it back in the form of a WDR that we can. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Carl, were we supposed to have a report on what we talked about at the
yes.
closed session?
Thank you, Bob. The this regional board has, as a general practice, reviewed the performance of their executive officer pretty much on an annual basis, and this governor is in fact placing a greater emphasis on this review than ever. In fact, we have a mandate from state board that we need to be doing thorough reviews, not only of the executive officer, but the executive officer of the AEOs and on down the line. So today the board met and discussed with the executive officer, Patrick Palupa, the concerns and also the strengths that the board recognized, and the outcome of that will be further reported at the next board meeting. The board will be preparing a resolution. I think I can say at this point that the board is highly appreciative of the work that the EO has brought to bear, and we'll be expressing that in the resolution that we will be bringing forth at the next board meeting. Does any board member wish to add to that?
We just appreciate the work that he's done. It's been a seamless operation since Pamela Creedon left, and so we're very appreciative of the seamless operation you've continued in this process.
All right, I try and be the duck, I suppose. Seamlessly gliding on the surface and churning away like mad underneath.
Well, we could talk about well, let's not go there. We will move on to the next agenda item, 18, Cities of Woodland and Davis, Strategies to Manage Salts, I should say. At this time, the board will hear a presentation on the cities of Woodland and Davis have implemented to manage salts in wastewater treatment plant discharges. This is an information item only. I've been told it's a success story. No action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. After the presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board, and we'll now hear.
And I just want to express my appreciation for City of Woodland Davis coming forward and making this presentation to the board. It was on a tour of their facilities that I talked with a few representatives from these cities and said, you know, this is important for the board to hear. There has been tremendous strides being made at the cities of Woodland and Davis in terms of their water supply and their wastewater discharge. That happened at times. It was uncomfortable discussions, but I think both the cities took it upon themselves to do amazing work and really further the security of their water supply and their wastewater. And I just wanted to make sure that the board heard about the good steps that they've been taking.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tim Bush. I actually have two jobs. I'm the Principal Utilities Engineer for the City of Woodland. I'm also the General Manager of the Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency. I'd like to also introduce Dan Grichko. He also has two jobs. He's the Assistant Public Works Director for the City of Davis and the Operations Manager for the Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency. Together, Stan and I are the management team for Woodland Davis and also work for our respective cities. Both cities had kind of similar problems with both drinking water and also drinking water and also wastewater effluent discharges for several years prior to the projects that we put into place. We were both 100% on groundwater. Some of the issues we'd been having with that is we've had elevated nitrates. Our nitrates had been increasing at about 1.7% per year, kind of a straight line increase. Pretty high hardness in the area, along with elevated levels of selenium, salinity, and boron, and just kind of a general, not the best groundwater quality to drink. We also had, with this, I guess the short-lived hexavalent chromium MCL that we had, the city's wells for both cities did not comply with that regulation for the most part. And on the wastewater discharge side of things, we had elevated selenium and also salinity issues. So the elegant solution to all of that really was to switch our source of water from groundwater to surface water. It addresses both our drinking water issues and also our wastewater issues. We felt that was a better approach than treating our wastewater further and still having not the best drinking water. So back in 2009, the Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency was formed as a 50-50 partnership between the cities of Woodland and Davis. Our governing board is 2 council members from each city, so the only way the agency does anything is if both cities agree to do that. UC Davis does receive water from the project as under contract. Some of the goals that we had with the overall project, there are several really. The first one obviously is to improve water supply and quality, mainly focused on the quality side of things, and then also to meet current and upcoming regulatory requirements for both drinking water and also for wastewater discharges. The project did have pretty significant environmental benefits. We did eliminate the largest unscreened diversion on the Sacramento River as part of this project with the new state-of-the-art fish screen facility, together with our partner RD 2035. And after the city switched to surface water, we noticed our trees actually grow much better than they used to now that we don't have boron on the water anymore. It does provide us with a much more diverse water portfolio because we are primarily surface water, but we still have groundwater backup. And it also helps us really be in compliance and actually kind of a leader in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, in that we've kind of ended our groundwater pumping for the most part and have integrated aquifer storage and recovery within our systems. And we did end up doing conservation as well, partly due to rate increases, and also the drought helped with that. But both cities today are still roughly 30% lower in water usage than we were back in 2012, 2013 timeframe. So some of the major projects that we have built over the last few years, the Davis Woodland Water Supply Project under the Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency. It's not an accident that each city's name is the leader of one of these 2 titles. That way each city has equal representation in terms of titles. And then so we built a surface water project. The city of Davis did a major wastewater treatment plant, pretty much a replacement project, and the city of Woodland did some major upgrades to the aeration system. This is kind of an overall timeline. The surface water project really started back in 1994 when we applied for a surface water right. Agency formation in 2009, that really kicked off planning, design, financing, and then ultimately construction. The agency started delivering water June 1, 2016 to the cities. I don't think I can talk about the financial part of this enough. We finished that project with a cost of $205 million, which was $11 million under our budget. And I always like to say that in large government projects that we actually finished under budget and about 5 months ahead of schedule. So that was a really good story. The cities, additionally to that, did a lot of local transmission main projects, and Woodland did aquifer storage and recovery wells, adding about another $70 million on top of that. And then Davis's wastewater treatment plant started in early 2012 timeframe, completed in 2018. Sorry, a little bit later than that. Earlier than that. They spent about $96 million on the wastewater treatment plant. City of Woodland spent about $20 million on their wastewater treatment plant upgrades. So altogether, we spent roughly $400 million in both water and wastewater upgrades, partially to deal with salinity and nitrates over the last about 6 years. This is kind of a map of the facilities that we built. Kind of on the top right is our intake pumping facility on the Sacramento River. It is immediately north of I-5. If you're driving westbound on I-5 from Sacramento towards Woodland, you can see it immediately north of 5 on the west side of the river. We have a 4.5-mile pipeline to the regional water treatment plant that's located in Woodland, just east of Costco, if you're familiar with the area. And then the agency has about 10 or 12 miles of transmission mains to connect the water treatment plant to both Woodland and Davis. And then Woodland and Davis both have local transmission facilities. Woodland built 3 aquifer storage and recovery wells so far. And then Woodland's wastewater treatment plant is immediately south of the regional water treatment plant, and Davis's wastewater plant is a little bit northeast from the city of Davis. I have a few pictures of our construction project. So this is the joint intake project in the Sacramento River. The former intake is the kind of little round circle on the top right and also on that left inset side. That was this pumping station is a 400 CFS facility. It was just kind of one large pipe that took whole fish, juvenile fish, adult fish, right into the irrigation system. We replaced that with a new state-of-the-art fish screen facility, which is a little bit further down in the picture. Just for scale, you can see the new intake is quite a bit larger than the old one. I have another view from the river. The intake is on the left, the old intake is on the right. Just for scale, our new screen for our facility is 220 feet wide and 40 feet tall. So it's quite a bit bigger than our one pipe, and that's it's basically sized that the screen slots are, you cannot put a nickel into the slot, but you could put a dime as kind of the openings that we have in our screen. The regional water treatment facility, this is a picture from April 10, 2014. That's right about when we were starting construction. We had some minor earthwork going on at that time, but I kind of like to show the before and after picture. This is April 28, 2016, 2 years later. We basically built the plant from nothing to complete within 2 years. And that was kind of for a $200 million project, this is a very fast time frame for design and construction. Stan will talk about the Davis wastewater plant upgrades.
Sure. Just real quick. So the picture on the left is our plant as it existed in around 2012. So it's primarily a land-based plant, 3 oxidation ponds, and then an overland flow system to the right there, where we essentially sprayed pond effluent and allowed the plants to uptake some nutrients before discharge. And then on the right is after roughly $90 million, a little extra, we have an activated sludge plant, solids handling facilities, and a tertiary filtration. So that picture on the right is essentially the little center square of the previous plant. So a lot of acreage that we now can look to beneficially reuse.
And Woodlands wastewater treatment plant project was a little bit more simple. We had an old aeration system where we had brushes on top and basically tried to beat oxygen into the water. We switched that to a diffused aeration system with a bubbler system on the bottom of the oxidation ditches. That gives us about a 40% increase in solids handling capacity and also allows us to fully denitrify and reduce ammonia from our wastewater plant. Our projects did involve quite a bit of public outreach. We did, for the most part, double our water rates and had pretty major wastewater rate increases between our 2 cities. That required a lot of public outreach. We also wanted to make sure that people knew and understood the changes that were coming with surface water, especially with the business communities that really kind of changed their water treatment programs that they were doing. We do create or collaborate a lot with regional agencies. We work very closely with YOLO WRA, the Water Resources Association, Northern California Water Association, both the regional board and state board. Especially like to thank the State Water Board and former CDPH SRF folks. They helped us with our project financing. We would not be here without them. But because we worked on the river, both water and wastewater, I think we kind of worked with every resource agency over the last 7 years that exists in California. In terms of project delivery, we had a different project delivery system for each of our major facilities. For the Woodland Davis Clean Water Agency project, we did design, build, operate approach. That was for several reasons. When you get to large government projects, I think maybe 100 million and higher, design build approach is actually kind of a good way to go. It really, there's some definite benefits to that. It helps shrink the time for design and construction, that you have one entity responsible for design and construction. It does transfer some of the risk from the owner to the contractor. In a traditional project, if the designer is working for the owner, they make a mistake, the contractor charges the owner for that money. In this case, designer and contractor are one and the same. If they make a mistake, they have to pay for it. So it's kind of almost like a performance spec that they have to basically build everything we want. Some of the challenges to us is that from the owner's perspective, we have to spend a lot more time up front developing a very, very solid contract. That we need to specify everything that we want in the project and all the performance criteria. We had electrical usage, chemical usage. In the agency project, also operations, they had to plan for a 15-year operational period after. So the cost to our side is that we have to plan more upfront, but the benefits, I think, were far greater in terms of time of construction and also reduced project cost. We did operate for the agency for a couple of reasons. One, neither the city of Woodland or Davis had any experience operating a water treatment plant, and neither of us wanted the other controlling our water supply. So we have a third-party operator who works for both of us equally, and everything's been great in the last 3 years of operation. Davis's wastewater treatment plant was a design build, kind of very similar to the agencies, just without the operations. Same approach, that there's a lot of efficiencies that can be gained with design build approach. Woodlands aeration project, mainly because it was smaller, was done through the traditional design bid build approach. All three projects, I think, went very well. I can't speak to Davis's wastewater plant, but all three went very well. We had very little issues in construction with any of them. Especially the agency project, building that through the drought was kind of a great idea. We were able to construct all winter long. We had no issues. So we didn't really have a whole lot of lessons learned. It all worked out really well, which is how we came in under budget. So currently where we are today, the city of Davis is about 85% surface water, 15% groundwater. They have 12 MGD capacity from the water treatment plant. They do sell some of that water to UC Davis. They allocated up to 1.8 MGD. So there's still some continued use of the deep wells. The deep wells have better water quality, primarily in the summer months. And also Davis is looking into the feasibility for aquifer storage and recovery. City of Woodland is pretty close to 100% surface water. We have 18 MGD capacity. Our aquifer storage and recovery well is fully permitted, constructed, and in operation. We've stored a little over 1.2 billion gallons of water in the last year. So what we're doing is we're storing winter water. When there's excess in the river, we're storing that below ground in an aquifer to use in summer when there's less water available to help us remain 100% surface water year-round. And we've also removed 7 wells from our system already. Those were wells that were very close to the MCL for nitrates. So we kind of had already stopped using them, and we permanently removed them from our system. The next graph, hopefully you can see it. This is our water quality, woodland water quality, just in efforts to try to keep things in time. We're only showing Woodland information, not for both. But for basically all the water quality characteristics that are kind of a negative in terms of drinking water, this is that list, including hardness, chromium-6, magnesium. And we've reduced around 80% to 100% all of these items. So like hardness is down 87% from what it was in groundwater. So that's a really good positive that we got rid of a lot of these kind of negative things. Things that are more specifically to this conversation, our nitrates went from, I think that's an NO3 between 5 and 40. We had some of our wells that are up in the 41 and 42 range as NO3. With surface water, it's not detectable. We just don't have it. In terms of specific conductance for salinity, we used to be around 926. Now we're at 160. So that's an 83% reduction in salinity. And boron went from 2.35 milligrams per liter to non-detect. So there's some really good news in terms of drinking water from switching from groundwater to surface water. I have a few graphs on kind of how it looks like drinking water and also wastewater effluent. This is on nitrates. The two lines on the bottom, the salmon is City of Davis and the green is City of Woodland, and there's kind of a black one you can barely see in the bottom. That's our surface water treatment plant. So this is nitrates. Prior to surface water coming online, we were plus or minus 10, close to the MCL on average for our cities. Surface water plant comes online and it's 0. We do not have it. Even with our wells, we're showing a decline from surface water starting. That's mainly because we've discontinued the use of the high nitrate wells and only test the lower nitrate wells now. The white line on top is Woodlands wastewater treatment plant effluent. Prior to surface water and prior to our aeration project, we were in the neighborhood of like 32 milligrams per liter of nitrates. I think the first big step down is when we brought our first new oxidation ditch online with the diffused aeration system. That cut it down quite a bit. And then after we finished that project and fully switched to surface water, we're now in the neighborhood of 5 or 6 milligrams per liter. So that's about a 80% or so reduction in nitrates from pre-projects to after projects. Similar story with electrical conductivity. City of Davis data is in orange and City of Woodland data is in green. And the black vertical line is when we switch from groundwater to surface water. Both cities, we were in the neighborhood of 1,700, 1,800 microohms per centimeter prior to surface water. Now we're right around 1,000. So we had roughly a 40% decrease in salinity in our wastewater effluent after we completed our projects. Boron is again a similar story. Woodland was a little over, we're close to 2.5. The green line in Davis was between 1 and 1.5, and after surface water, we're now around 0.5. I'm not quite sure why we have any, since it's not in our source water anymore, but we still track that at our wastewater effluent. After completion of our surface water projects, that's given us a lot more opportunities to do different things. So Woodland has initiated aquifer storage and recovery program. That's kind of a whole different topic for discussion. This has been before the board a couple of years ago when we received our permit for this program. So we've stored, like I said, a little over 1.2 billion gallons in just one year. And that'll help us meet summer demands while staying completely in surface water and not using any native groundwater going forward. Davis is doing a feasibility study now to add ASR into their portfolio. And both cities were able to start a recycled water program, partly because the surface water is so much better than what it was before. In some ways, our wastewater effluent is better than our groundwater was before we did these projects. So Woodland started operating their recycled water program in February of 2017. We sell both to industrial customers and landscape irrigation in city parks. And Davis is just about to start delivering their water in the near term. We do have ongoing strategies for managing salts. We continue to manage the minimization of groundwater use and continued salinity monitoring from our wastewater effluent. And then we're continuing to do public outreach, primarily to reduce water softener use. We still suspect that a lot of people are still using water softeners even though they're not needed in either city. Davis is doing water softener survey right now that concludes on June 14th. And I think the city of Woodland will likely do one right after we can see that report. And then we continue to participate in CV salts. I think that's my last slide, yeah. And so at that point, I can take any questions. I know I talked a little bit fast, but.
No, that was an interesting presentation. The issue of water softeners is a continuing issue. In fact, not in this region, but elsewhere. I'm not aware of it in this region, but elsewhere in California, in some areas they've been banned because of their contribution of chloride. Of course, there are the water softeners that where they don't discharge, where they're renewable. But it sounds like good water. And if you're going into a reclamation program, water recycling program, probably sell it to somebody for drinking water. So, are there any questions or comments?
I'd just like to comment that the project was a great regional approach, great cost savings. You completed your project before the deadline, and you have an improved water system for both of the communities. And it's a tremendous feat that you've done, and the fact that you're not using 100% groundwater anymore. So all the way around, it was a good project and commendable. And great presentation. We wish we had more of those here. Those are the success stories we definitely need to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a couple of comments, and I live in Davis. I was actually a very strong supporter of this project, and I think it ties well with being on the board. And Jim, I can't remember his last name, that started this in 1994 with the Yolo County Flood Control Water Conservation District.
Jim Yost.
Jim Yost.
Yep.
And that guy was kind of a little bit of a rogue. I mean, he went and made this application for water rights from the Sacramento River on behalf of Davis and the University in Woodland on his own without his board's approval with great vision. And I got to say, people have benefited from that foresight.
I will not be making those type of visionary for what it's worth. Not viewing that as green light to do that.
This was the great thing he did here. But there was a third partner in this project also, actually. It was the Conaway Ranch. And the pipeline from the intake facility across the ranch to the wastewater treatment plant goes across Conaway Ranch property. And I want to give them a plug because they do a lot. They were interested in getting this, and some of it's mandated, but they had this intake that was just chewing up fish, and they wanted to get that fixed. And they really helped. They helped tremendously in getting the funding to help get these projects done. And they were quite good about providing, access across the ranch. And Conway's also, they got like tricolor blackbird conservation easements. They got giant gopher snake conservation easements. They got animal-friendly farming conservation easements. So they've been really good players in that. So it's important to recognize them. The design, build, operate, and having been a contractor, it was interesting to learn about some of this and how it works. And I think in this case, as you guys mentioned, it was very successful. And I really want to give a big pat, particularly to Woodland, who stepped up on this, on the aquifer storage and recovery project. I mean, they thought, oh, let's test this out. And as I said, this is not easy also. It's always questions of who owns the water, will you get your water back? Will it stay in place so our pumps that we pump it in with can pump it out? So so aside from providing the water, there's a lot to do with salmon recovery, and that's the other thing Conway Ranch does. They're doing a lot of work in the Yola bypass on salmon recovery, and I think that's pretty cool. The Davis treatment plant in that area has been exemplary for a birding location. So if you're interested in looking at birds, going there or going to one of the tours there is a really great idea, I think. And I think there's another huge benefit to this project that's being played out over time with Davis and Woodland really collaborating and working together. And I think there are other projects and other issues in the region that this cooperation with collaboration with Davis and Woodland is going to benefit us all. So I wanted to thank you both for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Any further comments? Go
I'm
ahead.
just really impressed with the aquifer storage aspect. This is I'm from Merced, Atwater area, and this is some questions that we get all the time. Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing this? And it just seems like such an impossible project, but now I'll have something to show, and I'll be touting the good work that your partnership did, so congratulations.
Cool. Thank you.
I was impressed with the number on the conservation in the community. What sorts of incentives and how did you get to the homeowners to use less water?
I think the race had the biggest thing to do with it. we did pretty close to double water rates over about 5 years. And then also the drought, we did have drought conservation measures in place with the state mandates. I think we were at 25% or something at that time.
I would agree with that. I think those are the two primary factors. You had the drought and the mandated conservation requirements, both from local entities and the state, and then also Davis also went through some hefty rate increases and some trials and tribulations to get to those increases. It took a few years actually to get those in place for this project. So I think both of those really lent themselves to continued conservation. We haven't seen that bounce back even after the past couple of years that we've seen with the winters.
Any further comments? Thank you very much for a very interesting project.
We have a member of the public.
Oh, he doesn't count. We got a card, but Bruce, come on up. Debbie, I'm sure will give her place to you.
Well, Debbie has to give her place. I was the matchmaker here. It was on a tour that we did of Yolo County, starting the Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and including our, as Tim mentioned, Northern California Water Association is, in partnership with not only the agricultural water suppliers and irrigation district companies, but the municipal and industrial. So I was the matchmaker that gave Patrick this inspirational moment when we were standing on a cold, blustery day at about, 60 feet in the air. I don't know, something like that.
Paint the picture, man.
I'm trying, overlooking. Anyway, and so I appreciate them coming and presenting that. And it is just one example of a number of success stories. So our Feather, not our Feather River, but our Feather Water District, just south of Yuba City, many years ago, said, well, we can't grow with this saline water. And they brought in Feather River water. And so they've been conjunctively using that water in agriculture. Thank you very much. Bruce Hadelschelt, Northern California Water Association, managing the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. So there are examples of that that exists, and I think it was a 6-year process. I don't know if Patrick was around, but your former executive officer working with Sacramento County and the city of Roseville, where on Wednesday nights you'll find me on the dais, piloted the aquifer storage and recovery permits, and I calculated, you use gallons, so I had to figure out how much 660 acre feet. But with 202% snowpack, historic snowpack, the city of Roseville has taken as much of that reclamation 3F water and putting it into our aquifer storage and recovery facilities. And last count, we were probably ending this month at about 660 acre feet, which, if you guys check my math, I think it's 215 million gallons of water that we'll then be able to, when Folsom Lake goes dry again, we'll be able to utilize. But thank you guys for painting that success story, that overnight success, 25 years in the making, right? So, as you saw, it all fits in with the water quality. Dr. Longley, you know what we're doing with CV salts, and so, you know, as we move forward, we're taking these management actions into consideration, but as we prioritize where we need to put your energy and focus, because there's going to be a lot of that coming down the road. So thank you for your time. Debbie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Dr. Longley. Debbie Webster with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I want to take a second to go back an agenda item for Patrick's review. First, I just wanted to thank him for the job that he's done. He has worked hard. He had hard shoes to fill, and he's done a commendable job and needs to be commended, and as well as other staff that has really come up and risen up for that. I know. He left the room when I was saying this. I just wanted to let you know, I have found him fair, very solution-based, and he's a really good listener and tries to bring in a lot of perspectives, and he really is open to collaboration, and for that, I really appreciate that. Now, for the rest of the 2.5 minutes, I'm going to probably have to Zoom to make this work. I really appreciate you giving Woodland and Davis the opportunity to speak. You asked about success stories, and we actually have quite a few POTWs that have done this, because for groundwater tends to be the highest source of salinity and tends to be the area that makes the most sense. You get a lot of benefits with your drinking water supply, with the conjunctive use. And so we've had a lot of our POTWs that have done this to reduce their salinity. They do it at a huge price. It is not easy. It takes time. It takes a lot of commitment and a lot of funding sources, and most of them face community, their community really just, no one wants to pay for it, and it's an expensive process. Water supply it's a very good step, but I want to say it's not the silver bullet. And so one of the things within CV salts is that there are a lot of tools there, and the reason that we need that is with water supply, with the surface water supply. You know, we look to augment our supplies with that, but because it reduces also the need for water softeners. But there's also problems with the surety of that source. First, conservation, as they talked about, I will tell you with all our POTWs, even when they do that, conservation will increase our salts. It'll increase the forms of nitrogen that we might have in our effluent, so we see that with nitrate or with ammonia, and so you go and you're doing these improvements to solve that problem, yet something like conservation comes in there, and again, we're coming back to you because we spent a lot of resources and we're still not at that magic number. With water supply, many of our other POTWs have junior water rights, and so when the State Water Project or one of the water projects cuts back, they're one of the first people's water supplies that go. There is competing interest. It's nice to hear about the aquifer storage because it is a good way to work, but with SGMA, especially as we're in the San Joaquin and in the South Valley areas, you know, where are you going to put it? And finally, especially with the San Joaquin, and we'll see it with the state water boards, environmental flows, some of those agencies that over the last 5-10 years have gone for water rights are now finding that they might not be there. And so it has been a big investment. We have seen multiple agencies work together, cities work together, cities work with water districts. We think that these are good models, but it's not necessarily going to solve everything. And so I am, as you know, I'm an advocate for CV salts. I don't think it's not going to do everything. We're going to be back here, but we put in flexibility so that we can do these type of projects. We can work together. We're going to need permitting flexibility in order to do that under the strict confinement that we have in NPDES permits and as point source discharges. But and so these guys might be back saying, well, I can't meet this, but you see the commitment and you see what these communities are doing, and we really, again, just want to commend them and our other POTWs. And I will tell you that we probably could line up a whole day for you to listen to these kind of success stories. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Comments by board members? I just have to echo the words others have said. It was a real pleasure to have these success stories shown to us, and the only thing we can hope is we hear about a lot more of them. So with that said, we'll move on to agenda item 9.
Dr. Longley?
Yes, sir.
The Public Policy Institute folks have to step out for a meeting at 3:30 downtown. Can we move item 20 ahead of 19?
That's a great idea, because I've seen Ellen even sat through part of our morning session, so. Very good. At this point in time, we are on water in the future of the San Joaquin Valley. The board will hear a presentation by the Public Policy Institute on its report titled Water in the Future of the San Joaquin Valley. This is information item only. No action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. After the presentation, interested persons will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. And we'll now hear from Ellen Hannick, the director, I believe her title is, of PPIC. And by the way, they have a whole bunch of fact sheets on about any topic water you can imagine. And if you want to find out about something, get a good, solid overview of it, I suggest you go to their website, ppic.org, and you're going to find it there.
Thank you, Dr. Longley, for that nice plug. And thanks very much for accommodating the schedule so that we can also make it downtown. It's really a delight to meet with you, and I just want to introduce, I have 2 of the co-authors from the team here, Jelena Jezdemirovic and Alvaro Escrivabao. And there's a larger cast of characters, some of whom are very known to you, I think, including Thomas Harder from Davis and Sarge Green, former staff member here at this board, and also a number of other colleagues from institutes, organizations around the state that helped on this work. This was a 3-year project. This is actually the 3rd report out of in the series that we produced on kind of looking at the water challenges in the San Joaquin Valley. We had a lot of help. We had an advisory group that met numerous times at Fresno State. I think Dr. Longley was there on more than one occasion too, so thank you for that. And this is not to blame anybody that's on this list, but just to acknowledge that it was a really great process of interacting between the research team and a wide range of stakeholders and experts on the Valley who gave us a lot of good feedback. And if we have good ideas that we're sharing, probably a lot of them we got from talking with those good folks. So this is a study that looks at water supply challenges, but also water quality challenges in the Valley, as well as sort of some of the water and land stewardship issues that are going to come up in the context of thinking about water supply and quality management. I'm going to focus for you today on the water supply issues as well as sort of the water quality and quantity interface, because I think I'm kind of embarrassed to try to educate you all on the water quality side itself. You all know a lot more than we do about that, but maybe some of those interactions are going to be useful for you in your thinking. And just to kind of as a way to tee up the issues, this is the state's largest agricultural region, has long been producing more than half of all of the farm gate sales in both crops and animal products in California. It is the place that is really ground zero for implementing the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. It's the region, I'll show you in a minute, a map with the biggest swath of critically overdrafted basins. So folks are hard at work now on their groundwater sustainability plans. At the same time, also faces some of the big, in the CV salts context, some of the bigger the bigger problems tend to be down there than up in this part of the Central Valley region. So we wanted to look at this and see sort of, okay, what are the challenges, but also what are some of the promising solutions? And recognizing that this is a key issue for the economy, for communities, and for public health and for the environment, the natural environment. So big takeaways in terms of the promising approaches are approaches that increase flexibility to manage scarce water supplies as effectively as possible, provide incentives, especially to growers and landowners, to make decisions about how they're going to be implementing SGMA in ways that are also going to be beneficial more broadly. And then this key idea, and that was referenced in the preceding presentation, the idea of multiple benefits, that wherever you can stack benefits, you're going to be better off in terms of getting more buy-in, but also ability to pool funds and kind of get more value out of investments. Increased coordination and cooperation are going to be key. I'm going to show you some concrete reasons why we harp on this message. And we've been kind of messaging this really as something that kind of issues that where the folks in the valley are going to have to be leaders on tackling these issues, but there's ample role for both state and federal agencies to be very helpful, not just with money, but also with smart regulation, I would say, as well as technical assistance and so on. So I'm going to give you a few ideas on that as well. So I said the region is ground zero for implementing the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. This is DWR's map of the main groundwater basins in the state. Everything that is yellow or orange those are basins that need to comply with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. There are a lot of basins around the state. You can see where the orange is, those are the critically overdrafted basins that are on the tightest timeline. They actually have to get their plans in by January of 2020. Most of that orange is in the San Joaquin Valley. There are only a few basins that are not considered critically overdrafted. The other main area where this is sort of on a tight timeline is along the Central Coast, with mostly much smaller basins. We estimate that it's almost a 2 million acre foot a year deficit long-term in terms of overdraft. It varies by year. I'll show you in a minute how that varies by year type. But this is a long-term issue. Groundwater overdraft really started back in the 20s when good pumps became available. There's a lot of good farmland down there, and therefore, and it's dry. It's a great place to farm because it's dry if you can add the water, and that has ended up resulting in this problem, which is a problem for the long term in terms of dry wells, both drinking water wells, irrigation wells, but also now we're seeing some real damage to infrastructure, including big water supply infrastructure, flood infrastructure, roads, bridges, and so on. So there's a long-term benefit to the region from tackling this problem, but there are going to be some adjustment costs. And so our goal in looking at this was to try to find the sweet spots in terms of how to do that in the smartest way. The math of this is kind of straightforward in a way, even though there's a lot of hard work at the level of individual basins to figure out exactly what the local balances are. But the math is basically that you either have to bring in some new supplies or you have to use less, or some combination of those two. And what we find is, in general, for the valley as a whole, it's got to be a combination of those two. So here is just showing you, we did a detailed 30-year water balance. This was work that was led by Alvar. Do I need to, let's see. Oh, good, okay, went away. This shows you just what's happening, our estimate of what's happening to the groundwater balances over time. So if you see a red bar there, those are years with net withdrawal of groundwater from the valley. And if you see bars that are blue and above that line, those are years with net refill. You can see that there are a lot more years that have red than blue. And that's what gives you the average of long-term deficit. It got worse during the last 15 years of this period because of it's been much drier. It's also been a time when there have been more regulatory restrictions on pumping from the delta that have reduced the amount of water available, surface water available. It's also been a time when Southern California started using more of its its surface water and leaving less of the extra water from its contracts in the valley. So all of that has added up to increased overdraft over time. And so I mentioned, you know, we do look at water quality issues. We focus in particular on the groundwater quality management challenges because in some ways that's kind of the new piece of the story, and that's been where you all have been front and center over the last 15 years or so. A number of different programs have come in for addressing groundwater quality challenges, kind of culminating in the salt and nitrate control program that you adopted about a year ago. That's a picture of a table that probably will be familiar to as part of one of the many CV Salts meetings. And so we try to look a little bit in detail in Chapter 3 of the report at these issues. And I'll just say that we kind of felt like, in terms of the theme of smart regulation and regulatory flexibility, like this is an approach that reflects that. Because it does kind of provide the framework for addressing the urgent public health issue while allowing some balancing in thinking about how to address these longer term challenges that are pretty important from an economic perspective in the region, in terms of both managing long-term nitrogen loading and managing the salt balance. So there are some potential synergies between implementation of this salt and nitrate control program and SGMA, but there are also some potential trade-offs, and I'm going to touch on a few of those for you in a minute. SGMA itself has an element also of water quality regulation. The groundwater sustainability plans have to make sure they're not significantly messing up groundwater quality when they're implementing their plans. So even though they're, so in a way that kind of dovetails potentially with what's happening here, it does raise some interesting institutional challenges just in terms of what's going to happen with the nitrate management zones, and how are they going to match up with the many groundwater sustainability agencies in the valley, or is there potential for them to stay bigger and kind of get a basin-wide view? We kind of tip our hat in the direction of thinking that keeping them bigger might be a good idea, just to minimize the number of hats that people have to wear in the valley in managing these things locally. But that's something we could talk about if you want after I finish. Then the third area that we really look at is kind of pulling these things together and looking at what does this mean for water and land stewardship. And I'll focus especially on the land side, I think, which is that we do anticipate that probably at least 500,000 acres are going to come out of irrigated crop production over time in conjunction with the implementation of SGMA and getting to sustainable groundwater balance. And so there's an emerging, I think, conversation happening in the valley about what does that mean, not just from the economic perspective, and we have some suggestions for how that the economics of that could be managed in ways that could really minimize the cost for the valley, but also just in terms of, if there's land coming out of production, how do you manage that in ways that don't cause public health problems and environmental problems? People are worried about the dust implications, or pests and weeds for impacts on neighboring farmland, but then also, is there a way to get value out of these lands? And I think there's a lot of interesting conversations starting to happen now on what that could look like, recognition that there are some potential multi-benefit approaches. So I'll touch a little bit on that as well. So, there we go. So I gave this talk in Fresno a couple days ago, so I had to show some healthy choices between some valley produce. I'm not sure, though, do we really grow apples down there? Not that much, but some healthy choices versus delicious choices. So just to give you a little sense of the analysis that we did looking at how to balance supply and demand, we looked at pretty much everything that was out there in terms of all the different studies of surface storage projects, delta conveyance investments, recharge capacity, availability of water for recharge, pretty much you name it across the board. And we also looked in detail at demand management for the agricultural sector through some economic modeling. And we looked a bit at the urban side too, just to kind of see if urban growth that's projected could be accommodated within the existing urban water footprint by implementing the Making Water Conservation a Way of Life and sort of leveraging the savings that have happened during the latest drought. We find the answer to that is yes, so we don't kind of go deeper into what's going to happen on the urban side. It's just more to say that this is mainly a front and center an agricultural water management challenge, that cities are a relatively small player in the total water use, and therefore they're going to have to be important players, and they can bring money to the table as well, but it's really mainly an issue for agriculture. So the goal is to basically get rid of that 11% red in this donut here, and that can be done either by adding supplies, so either more Delta imports or more local supplies, more of that blue, or by shrinking the donut, and that would be the demand management side of it. So the keyboard is, there we go. Okay, so this is what we find on the supply side, and what we do is we look at all these different options. How much water could they potentially make available? And so these blue bars here show you sort of the maximum best case scenario for how much water yield you could get out of them in terms of additional water. And then the yellow is sort of what volume of that would farmers likely be able to afford. And that's sort of doing this detailed economic analysis, comparing that with the cost per acre foot, and finding that after above $300 to $500 an acre foot, most farmers would rather just not buy the water and grow less, because water is ultimately just a farm input to them, like any other input. So you can see that there are a number of big blue bars, but not so much yellow, and that's because a lot of the water that's potentially available is just too costly. Some of it's very costly. So I'll just give you an example: the increased local runoff. That second bar there, that is looking at the potential water yield from Headwaters Forest Management in ways that could increase the runoff coming into the valley. There's potentially, if you managed all the Sierra in that watershed in the sort of robust way that's been recommended, the research analysis suggests you might get quite a bit of water out of it. It's still a lot uncertain, but there's potential there, but you'd be looking at $4,500 an acre foot. So that's even expensive by the most sort of luxury urban projects, right? And it's definitely not something that ag would afford. If there were co-benefit approaches where there are other folks that are coming in to pay for the other benefits of that, yes, then you could imagine sort of partnerships where ag might be able to chip in, or cities on the east side especially. So the big yellow, that is capturing and storing more local runoff. That's recharge. That's groundwater recharge, and that's why there's a lot of excitement and interest in it. We've been lucky to have a couple really wet years since the drought, where people are and since Sigma, where people are kind of figuring out where the pinch points are. There are definitely regulatory aspects of that, as well as just thinking about where the smart investments are. But what we're not finding here, sort of overall, is that the sort of big investment projects like the big surface storage projects, or even we looked at water fix, those did not look affordable to Valley Ag in their current forms. So we figure about a quarter of the overdraft can be met through affordable new supplies. That means about 75% of the overdraft would need to be met through demand management. And so then we look in detail at what are some different ways to do that. And this graph just summarizes that for you. Kind of looking at the least flexible way to manage that demand crunch and the most flexible way to do it. The brown bars are the inflexible water use. On top, it's sort of crop revenue losses, and on the bottom is what happens with land fallowing. So the crop revenue losses, what you can see there is inflexible water use, meaning everybody's just proportionally cutting each crop in the basin by the same amount. You're not making any difference between almonds and cotton, for example. You're just cutting across the board. That would be losses relative to today of about $3.5 billion a year in revenues, crop revenues. You move to local water trading within the basins, so groundwater and surface water trading within the basins. That gets you to the orange, that second bar. That gets you to losses that are almost half as much only, so about $2 billion instead of 3.5. big, big, big savings economically just from having that local flexibility. The yellow, that's adding in more surface water trading just within the valley. Same amount of demand management, but just more surface water trading. And that's recognizing that you've got some parts of the valley that have more water. And there's a lot more demand in some other parts. And there are basically some deals that farmers could make and where everybody is better off by doing that. That gets you down to just 1/3 of the revenue losses that you would have had in that worst case scenario. And then the blue is sort of the sweet spot where you're also adding in the new supplies. So that combination, you're down to 25% of the cost that you would have had in the other case. If you look at the bottom chart of land fallowing, the real action in terms of reducing land fallowing is when you add new supplies. Demand management is basically just kind of directing the water mainly to the crops that are generating more economic value. That's, on average about 750,000 acres would come out relative to a baseline of about 5 with pure demand management to address SGMA. And if you add in 25% new supplies, you get down to about 530,000 acres. So that's what we talk about when we talk about kind of the likelihood of that much fallowing. So just to show, it's not just about crop revenues, it's also about the broader economy, including jobs and GDP. What this does is for those 3 scenarios of local trading, regional trading, and adding in new supplies, it adds in not just crop revenues and the crop economy, but also that red is the animal production, beef and dairy, and the yellow is all the food and beverage processing in the valley. What you find is that you just going from that local, already quite flexible local trading to the one that also has supplies and valley-wide trading, your costs go down by 40%. So do your losses in jobs. And that's a really important message, I think, for folks to realize that it's not just farm profits, it's also broader regional economic activity, that the higher value crops tend to also come with those broader benefits as well. So we looked at a bunch of priorities for how to get there, because this is not a done deal. Folks are working hard at thinking about some of these things. In order to do this well, there's going to be a need to assess infrastructure needs and modernize operations, make smart investments, probably especially in conveyance, incentivizing recharge on farmland, developing local water trading rules, especially we don't really have groundwater trading right now, and that's something that folks are exploring. Clarifying how much water is available for recharge, that's a key issue for the State Water Board to be involved in. Facilitating approvals for trading and banking projects, that is DWR, that is the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, that's local folks. And then the last one that I'm going to focus on a little bit now, because I think it's especially relevant for you, is this idea of coordinating to maximize benefits. And here, we're thinking about water infrastructure investments, coordination of quality and quantity issues, and land use decisions. So coordinating for recharge, when we emphasize this, it's that the idea that if folks stay at the very, very, very local level of their GSA, because there are 121 of them in this valley for 15 basins, it is not going to be as effective as if they do broader regional cooperation. And that's because most of the deficit is in the southern half of the valley, most of the groundwater deficit. Most of the demand for the water and most of the best recharge lands are also in the south and on the east side, but most of the extra water is in the northern half of the valley. So thinking about that from a valley-wide perspective is going to be really important. Second is the discussion of what are sometimes called the white areas. These are the areas that don't have anything but groundwater. They don't have surface water districts. And I think in your area, members, is it Ramirez? Yeah, you have a lot of that in Merced, for example, right? So this is a map that we just developed that tries to look at where are these groundwater only areas relative to areas that do have at least some surface water. And we're making them red and gold instead of white on the map. Overall, it's more than 20% of the area. It's about 20% of the cropland. The red part is the cropland, and it is about 20% of the high value crops. It's about 20% of the perennials, for example. So it is not just the low value ag that's in these areas, And what that means is that if there's not flexibility for folks to work together and have trading and have co-investments in supplies, that's going to be a big economic hit. That's going to be about like that inflexible water scenario that I showed you earlier. Okay, this is one that comes right into the water quality side.
So can I
yes.
ask a question? So
Sure.
in your experience, do you see trading as something that people are going to be open to? Because right now, I can tell you that people don't even use the word trading; they use the word stealing. And
Yeah.
so I think that it's hard for regions to feel like they're in it together, because right now they feel like they're competing against their neighbor.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, there's more openness to it in some places than in others. On the west side, there's already a lot of trading. It's a harder thing on the east side, where there's a lot more different, you could see most of those areas are on the east side, right? But at the same time, you've got a lot of growers that have lands in both places, so they kind of get it. And then you've got a lot of folks in these areas that are starting to also realize, maybe I'm going to have to pay for water in a different way than just my electricity bill to make this work. I think we're in early days, and some of the areas are having at least active discussions about it. It's going to be important, though, I would say. So water quality and supply for the disadvantaged communities. This is a map just highlighting that this valley is also, this region is ground zero for the drinking water crisis in California. Map A shows you, as of last summer, systems that were out of compliance with the water quality regs, and map B shows you places that had dry wells or small community systems that were vulnerable during the drought. The valley had half of the small systems that were out of compliance. Those are mostly long-term, more than 3 years out of compliance, chronic, and then had almost 80% of the problems with dry wells during the drought. So what we've been messaging on this is that the groundwater sustainability plans better address B if they are going to have flexibility in terms of implementing or folks are calling a glide path to implementation, where allowing some continued overdraft over 20 years, ramping that down, because there's going to be more wells that are going to go out during that time, and that's something you need to mitigate in order to just be a good neighbor, but also probably legally. And then there are also opportunities to dig in on the water quality side in the context of recharge sometimes. And I don't know whether you've had presentations on that, but there's explorations of pilots are there places to locate recharge where you can clean up some groundwater at the same time.
No, I just wanted to comment on the statement that you just made. In many of the instances where you have the disadvantaged communities, they're still not at the table yet.
It's getting better, I'll just say, and it's not uniformly great, but we were just at a Groundwater Sustainability Agency Summit that was held down in Fresno the last couple of days, and there were some very good examples given, I think in Madera in particular, where basically they got folks together, did a field trip, kind of got the growers to understand what was going on, and there's a lot of participation by the broader community in the process. There's also been some very good support, sort of financial support to some of the community groups to basically help engage in the participation. So it's not perfect yet. It's partly that's hard. There's less sort of immediate automatic capacity to participate. So it's a bigger lift to make sure that that's happening, because they don't already have their staff ready to come in and go do that. But I think it's on the radar, is my sense.
The example you gave was in Madera.
Yeah.
But the southern part is still an issue. It's still the issue.
Well, I'll say, like in Kern, they've incorporated a couple of the disadvantaged communities into one of the groundwater sustainability agencies to kind of have those conversations explicitly in that context. So there are some good examples. I'm sure there are bad ones too, but but you're right, that's a key piece of the puzzle is that engagement, and then doing something about it in the plans.
Where they can be consolidated, that's fine. There's an existing infrastructure to tie into, but the issue that I believe you're addressing, Denise, is where you have out in the ag areas, rural areas, where you have the individual communities, very small communities, they do not, you can give them all the hardware you want, but they don't have the O&M capability, and I'm sure you've heard this discussion many, many times, Ellen. The issue is, how do we go about creating a region, water treatment region, if you will,
Yeah.
that is large enough to support itself on an O&M basis, so.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, it's, there's, as you're anticipating, my main takeaway for the state is that this is a huge priority where I think locals are going to need to be engaged and going to be the key partners in terms of implementation. But it's not just funding, it's technical, it's managerial, and having a game plan.
And finance, those
Yeah.
three factors, I understand. But on the far south of the valley, where that Denise is talking about, there's been a history of, quite frankly, little interest from the counties in participating. And they have not been invited to the table, and too often they're not being invited to the table. And that's the kind of problem that we're going to have to solve before we can solve the overall drinking water issue.
Agreed. And that's where, in a sense, I mean, the salt and nitrate control program, you aren't able to address all of the contaminants through that, but it's a pretty important leverage point that's going to help motivate local folks to get engaged, I think. And hopefully people will be smart and address the suite of problems together, both on the supply and the quality side, and not just do their specific contaminant that they're regulatorily required to do. So that's one of the reasons we like the approach, actually. So another piece on quality quantity interaction is thinking about recharge, and this one's is sort of front and center. I think what's going to be starting to come to your table, assuming that the state board gives the thumbs up to the salt and nitrate control program and implementation gets underway, which is co-managing quality and quantity when you see that recharge is going to be basically a really important part of addressing the SGMA supply imbalance, and how to do that in a way that doesn't get folks in trouble for increasing the movement of nitrate in particular through the soils. And so what we're showing here is just it's a crop wheel of the lands in the valley, the croplands in the valley as of 2014. What was on the lands that were at least moderately good for recharge based on the UC Davis soils maps. And so there's a lot. The good news is there's a lot of it. It's like more than half of the acreage is potentially suitable from a soil perspective for recharge. And then you have to start thinking about, okay, what's in that soil and what's being put on that soil. So the only sort of safe areas from a quality perspective probably are that dark blue, it's the alfalfa and the vines. We don't really know what was on that idled land before, so that's sort of the mystery meat there. And then the orange is citrus just doesn't apparently want to have too much water, lurking around in those fields, so that's out for an agronomic reason. But corn is out because that's dairy land, and that's just got so much manure. We're assuming that's where most of that manure is going, and I'm not showing you a map of. I'm sure you've seen those of sort of where the nitrogen loading is higher, and it's so much higher in the dairy area. So let's assume corn is out. So it means that you're kind of, the area you got to think about in terms of sort of strategic management, especially is, a lot of the cropland, that's that whole green half, which includes your almonds and pistachios, other deciduous tree crops, truck crops, and some other field crops, which use nitrogen, and yet which could be quite suitable for recharge. And we're seeing that a lot now with the experimentation folks are doing. So what's the smart approach to this? And farmers are starting to experiment with things like not fertilizing in the fall, thinking, okay, maybe, then if it's wet, then we can do some winter recharge kinds of things and it won't be as bad. But there's still question marks about that. And this was something we talk about some in chapter 3 of the report. The idea that actually the salt and nitrate control program doesn't mention the word recharge, I don't think. I scanned it. There are a lot of pages. I didn't see recharge anywhere, but it does seem to have the flexibility to accommodate the idea that things could get worse before they get better. So thinking about that in a proactive way could be really helpful for this board to do.
And there's been a reluctance on farmers to recharge where they have trees. I think the work that Don Cameron's done and others has been very useful to show that you can do that and come out ahead.
Yeah, no, and that's been, you have farmers like Don who are kind of taking the leadership role as experimenters in the field, and then other growers kind of are looking to that. So another last one on sort of quality quantity interface is salt, a matter near and dear to your hearts. I know. So just the thought, I know in the SNCP you're kind of saying the next 10 years are going to be to look more at what could be cost effective for management of what's fundamentally an agricultural productivity issue, that impairment with salt. What this graph just shows you again is sort of where the salt buildup is in the shallow groundwater, and then also that bar, it just shows you which crops start to lose yield at different levels of salinity. Most of the high value crops in the valley are at the lower levels of salinity. We don't have pistachios on here because it wasn't in our data set, but I guess that one is one that could go a little further down that bar, and that's one of the ways farmers are adapting. But there is likely to be additional land coming out because of salt management over time, and because there's likely to be land coming out because of just water supply, thinking of strategies for co-managing that could be really smart, so that you're incentivizing taking salt-laden lands out before they're too salt-laden, and where you can do something else with them, like certain kinds of habitat, for example, and incentivizing that. And then, so just to get to the land piece, this donut shows you kind of relative to our low end estimate of how much land is likely to come out of production over time, what it might get used for based on current planning processes. And the short answer is that whole big yellow piece, 2/3 of it, is kind of additional to anything that kind of is in anybody's mind's eye right now. The orange is the restoration recovery plan for the San Joaquin Desert, which was thought as very ambitious at the time, 80,000 acres. We estimate maybe 50,000 additional for solar on cropland, given that there's going to likely be a lot of demand for solar in other places as well. And then those little blue slices are potential for near-term riparian corridor lands and intermittent wetlands of the type like in the Kern Water Bank. So our point is not that you can't do good things with the rest of this land. It's more that we haven't been thinking about it at that scale, and we have to start thinking about that and thinking about things that range from, sure, the solar is probably the best revenue generator, but there are habitat possibilities. There's sort of co-management of recharge and habitat, but then also the whole area of healthy soils management and carbon capture through that, but also just kind of improving soils over time. If you think about some of this land not being permanently idled, but idled in rotation, so that you're building up soil health. And there are programs that can support all of these things if we get organized about it, which has been kind of our pitch, that kind of time to get ready for that now. So just to wrap up, where the state can be most helpful now, Carl, it's the drinking water piece first, is just let's get that going in a serious way. And I think the SNCP piece of it can help with that. Our hope is that all of the various efforts get coordinated, so we're doing it in a smart, cost-effective way and addressing quality and quantity together. And then support the region's transition to groundwater sustainability, recognizing that these plans are not going to be implemented overnight. They're going to start soon, but the first 5 years are going to be really just getting geared up. And so the state can really be important on regulatory clarity, consistency, flexibility. The SNCP is actually a model for the kind of flexibility that we're thinking about that are relevant for some of the other areas where state and federal regulatory processes are involved. Assessment of smart infrastructure investments, helping locals to do that. Pilot efforts for innovative things on the ground, and that can include on the co-management of quality and quantity, technical assistance R&D, and then supporting a broad-based planning effort. And we didn't specifically address the sort of water quality aspect of that broad-based planning effort that relates to land, but it's a piece of it. So I think there's a role for the regional board there as well. And that's all I got for you.
You've hit us with a fire hose. Very interesting presentation, and we thank you for that. You've done an excellent job, I think, outlining the issues and pointing us in some directions to solutions. Any questions? And
But I
we
appreciate the written materials. I'm going to go through
Right.
them, and because it was a lot to take
I
in
know,
all at
it's a
once.
lot, and just to sort of offer to you, always happy to have follow-up conversations with any of you. So, okay.
You mentioned corn and dairyland with nitrate loading, but I'm hopeful that the programs we're implementing will alleviate some of that nitrate loading.
So, just to give you a stat, and I now wish I had that graphic in here. It's in chapter 3, just comparing where the dairylands, croplands are, and where the nitrogen hotspots are. It's the dairylands are like 6% of the lands in this region, and almost 90% of the areas with the highest concentrations of nitrogen loading. And I think as has been realized now, and in work related to what you all have been leading, part of the problem is there's too much manure, and some of it is going to have to. It's not just management of it on the lands; it's also getting some of it off and finding a cost-effective use of that manure. And the great thing is that I think everybody's kind of getting on the same page about that, and the dairy industry recognizes that. But we're still there's still some real work to be done, and at sort of on the technological side, I think. So I have my fingers crossed about that. But
Yeah, actually, I was a little bit shocked to hear that we had 1,800 dairies or something, and now we're like down to 1,200 dairies, and we've gone from 1.5 million cows to 2 million cows or something. So we have larger dairies, which may be an opportunity, but we just have a whole lot more cows.
Yeah, I think the cow increases haven't been that great, but there's been a lot of consolidation. The numbers have ticked up as the number of dairies
Right.
have gone down
I
substantially.
thought that was the number I'd heard at the tour.
I think it's
but-
Yeah,
about 1.6 now.
Pardon?
I think it's closer to 1.6.
yeah, it's been pretty stable for the last decade or so. But the nitrogen, part of it continues to grow, because as productivity grows for milk, there's a co-product, in the form of manure. So that also grows, and so finding a way to manage that is a challenge.
Well, there was a big push a few years back on fuel cells for dairies, and it fell flat. But I have been, and maybe you have been too, in fact, we were taken, the board was taken to a dairy, in our April meeting that was using fuel cells. That technology seems to have had a big breakthrough. In that case, you're converting the energy to, the manure to energy. But it's, you end up with residue you have to handle. and
You still
all
got to
that.
manage the nitrogen. I think that's the,
Yeah,
in that case.
but
So, yeah.
There's ways to do that too. So, yeah, you're right. You've got to find a way to move it. There's some of the technology at UC Davis that really hasn't been spun out, but you can convert it to a form that you can put through a drip, control the quality of it. It's exportable and all of that. We just haven't gotten to the point where we have moved this far enough that we have a control on that problem.
Right. So that's the technology frontier.
Yeah, I think that's an area that we're engaged in, can be more engaged in. It also, I think, this report points directly to the urgency of addressing that particular issue. There's other issues, of course, that we don't have as much authority over. And I'm curious, just in terms of managing demand, there's been a huge conversion to nut crops, which greatly harden your demand.
It does, but it also makes, the water that's used in that is more valuable. There's a higher ability and interest in investing in water supply projects too. So, in a way you can think of perennials as a motivation for having drought resilience plans at the ag level that involve more groundwater banking and so on. So it kind of can cut both ways, I guess. you know.
Yeah, you're basically saying that it's a more valuable commodity, a higher cash crop, and as a result, they can invest a larger, they can afford to pay more for water. Is what you're
Right,
saying.
and then, you know, that's where you see the big groundwater bank investments and things, and so, you know, if the folks who are gonna be willing to pay for new supply projects are mostly folks who have those higher value crops.
I'd like to ask a question on a different topic, salinity. Our basin plan has a mention of a regulated brine line. Is Public Policy Institute, have they done something about addressing that, or are they thinking about that in the future, possibly?
Well, we looked at the analyses that had been done under CV salts, and it's just expensive. So that's I mean, that's kind of like with the water supply options that I laid out for you. A lot of them there are technical solutions, but if it's too costly relative to what agriculture can pay, and the main reason you're doing it is to run an ag business, you know, at that point, that's why for a lot of farmers, the more agronomic kinds of solutions are going to be the ones that they're going to be able to afford. So unless we can bring the technology costs of some of this down, it's hard to imagine ag going big into investing in the really expensive stuff.
The Department of Energy's desal hub effort, which is still in its infancy, they'll have a managing lab here by September, I think they promised, is focused on product recovery out of the salts on inland desal. And if they're successful in their effort, and there's at least one project now of this nature that has been, the city of El Paso, is what we can see in the future is development of systems where you can recover salts, market salts, or their products, you know, your strong acid bases, things of that sort. And we'll see. You talk about the cost factor. I heard you mention $600 an acre foot. The number we've been working with is $800 an acre foot. But you definitely need specialty crops, and they're the only ones that can afford that kind of water.
They can, and if they can get it cheaper, they'd rather.
Oh, they'd
So,
rather, because that's all bottom
yeah.
line.
Right,
All-
exactly, yeah. But I think, you know, some of those folks
Right.
in those groundwater only areas that I
Right.
showed you, they're the ones who are probably most willing to pay, but they're not always in the right places relative
Right.
to where these investments could happen.
Any further comments? Ellen, we thank you very, very
Well,
much for
thank
coming
you,
and giving us
really.
the pleasure of listening to your presentation. I like that's the little kit fox, isn't it?
Yep,
Yeah.
pretty cute.
We had three of them together. It's the first time I've seen three together. Another of your slides.
Well, thank you so much, and yeah, don't hesitate to reach out if we can be helpful in any way.
And thank
Thank
you
you
so
very
much for
much.
making the trip out. I appreciate it. They're out in San Francisco, yeah. You can catch a.
You guys should get an office in Merced. It's nice, central, rent is low, nice people.
We'll move back. Chamber of Commerce, yeah, they just hired you. We'll move back to agenda item 19. The California Clean Water Act, Section 303D, list for the Central Valley region. Consideration of adoption. I guess I have something to read on this. I'll read it. It's quickly. We have all kinds
Oh,
of folks
jeez.
out here to listen to it. This is time and place for a hearing to consider a resolution approving staff recommendation for the 2018 303D list for the Central Valley. Is there anyone present who is contesting the proposed action, wishes to present evidence or testimony on this matter? If there
There's
is no one
not.
present to contest this matter, the board will proceed based on the agenda materials and their records.
There's not somebody contesting it, believe it or not. There was somebody earlier, and we actually held the item and waited for her, and then she left. So this is an uncontested matter at this point.
So we'll take a short presentation.
We don't even need a presentation if
Oh,
the board
okay.
isn't inclined.
Okay. Are there any late revisions or staff comments?
No late revisions.
Hearing is now closed. The chair will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
We have some discussion here. Can I make a comment?
Yeah?
I saw that revision of the announcement of the deadline that changed the language from must to may, I believe. Do you recall that?
I know are you talking about
On
the
submission of data. On
for the
submission of
2020?
data. I was interested in what the origins of that were.
I cannot speak to the muster may. I know that one of the big changes for, you know what, it may be related to the fact that the way the integrated report is structured currently, 3 regions are what is called on cycle for every cycle,
Right.
and then the other regions have the option to do what's called an off-cycle listing, which is what we just did for this 2018 cycle. The way the original notice was structured, there were comments from State Board's legal department that said they wanted it clarified that off-cycles regions could be covered by that notice. So it may be related to that, but I'm not 100%
Well, the part
sure.
I caught on to was the protocols for development of the data had to follow a must procedure, and it went to a may. So it seemed like a signal to a little bit more flexibility for submission of data. Data still has to be reviewed, of course, for quality, but I thought that was an interesting way to expand the scope for collecting more data to understand 303 delisting
It could also-
requirements and delisting requirements.
It also could be tied to readily available data, meaning data that goes into CEDN and allowing for potentially more data that is not CEDN compatible. So it may have allowed some flexibility in that sense.
You're exactly right, but it was just like
Gotcha.
one notice that I got through Lyris, and I thought it was
And it's this
pretty significant to me.
It's the state board's notice, so that it's a.
Was them.
Yeah.
Sure. No, we try to forward it to our own regional stakeholders when the state board issues a notice relating to the 303D list.
Gotcha. So and I just found the notice because I was I don't remember approving that one.
I just get an avalanche of notices and I try to read them all.
Yeah. So this was issued by Karen Mogus, the deputy director at State Board, and so it is their notice. I try and remember most things I sign. I didn't remember signing that one particular. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. It has to deal with the data and the ability to get data in there. And I won't say relaxation of the protocols, but an interest in engaging if there are protocols that aren't the standard protocols for getting the data into the 2020 submission.
I once had a secretary who signed my signature better than I did. I've seen things that I had to go ask, did I sign that? No, I signed it for you. That's embarrassing, by the way. So is there anything we have to review here? I've read the text.
You know, this is again off cycle. I think it's actually a collection of success stories in that these are a series of actions where the board's irrigated lands regulatory program has knocked out some pesticide listings because of the development of water quality management plans. Really, when I talk about the success of the irrigated lands regulatory program, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It has huge successes in having growers figure out what their contribution is to surface water impairments and having them work in a collaborative way to fix the problem. These are the fixes. That's kind of why we've got this. I will say the next go around when we're here with the bigger list, the full package, there's gonna be a lot more controversies around temperature. I think that was one of the things that I don't want to speak for her, but Regina Tochterman, who comes by and she represents Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, tends to talk in terms of temperature, and that's one of the global issues that we're working on, struggling with, because I think at temperature you have the confluence, pardon the pun, but the confluence of global warming You have decreased flow and increased water volume variability, all profoundly affect temperature, as well as land use patterns and things like that. So when you're talking about getting temperature listings on the 303D list, you're talking about a bundle of issues that extends in some cases further than the regional board's authority. I'd love to cure global warming using the 303D list. I think it's a little bit out of our jurisdiction, but we absolutely have to wrestle with it when we work on that list. So, we've got Jen and Jay, who's really good at analyzing multiple lines of scientific evidence to come up with a justification for the listings. We'll continue to keep the board informed as we work towards that 2020 deadline.
Is there anything we particularly need to know before we proceed with this order?
I tried to just share it with you. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add, Adam?
No, I think this is, I think probably in particular, there's a series of delistings here. They're mainly due to what Patrick was saying for the irrigated lands program. Also a few for our, if you remember the Pyrethroids Basin Plan Amendment, a few delistings for that also. So I think just that we think it's a good move to make these changes, and thank you.
Can I maybe add one thing?
By all means.
Since we had a question about data for the 2020 cycle, it's a good time to remind folks that the data solicitation period does close for the 2020 integrated report on June 14th of 2019. So we're coming right down to the wire of getting data in.
And thanks so much for sticking around.
Very good. We have a 2.5 page resolution.
I'd like to move the resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Mr. Schneider? Dr. Markham?
Aye.
Ms. Cordara?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Jen, you guys, thank you very much. You've been coming up at the end lately, but this is a success story and you got the approval, so thank you.
So, I want to thank you all for coming out for an interesting board meeting, a little bit different than some of our more recent board meetings. And I want to thank staff for handling some pretty difficult issues. Certainly I want to thank the staff leadership for their role in this. And with that, we will adjourn until the meeting August
First and second.
1st and 2nd.
Before you adjourn, Patrick, you made mention of the CV Salt's July workshop.
Absolutely.
Is that something that the board?
Yeah, the board is more than welcome to attend. We have a workshop in front of the State Water Board where they will be discussing the policy implications of the Central Valley CV Salts Basin Plan Amendment, and that's July 2nd. Feel free to work with Kieran and myself if you want to get up here for that. The tentative date, and I just say tentative because they may change it for consideration of the amendment package itself, an actual vote, August 20th. So mark it in your calendars. That's a big one. And after that, it would proceed through Office of Administrative Law and US EPA.
And unfortunately, I leave for Germany on August 19th. So. But
Well, like I said, it's tentative.
yeah. And for any board member who wants to attend, don't be worried if there's more than 2 board members there. Patrick assures us that it's covered by the state board
Yes.
meeting
Yeah.
order.
It's their meeting, so
Yeah.
we'll be all right.
Very good. Thank you all.
Have a good weekend. We're adjourned.
Pardon?
We're adjourned.